We are going to share a presentation on the small
guidelines.
in a grant extended to the Environment and Natural Resources Department. Let you execute activities under the department. So initially we had a wetlands grant, and it was just particularly for wetlands. It was a bit small, yeah, and we're lucky that the government of Uganda, through the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development, secured a project entitled New Gift, which had several components, and we're glad that it had a provision for enhancing the environment and natural resources grant. Now, this time round, to take care of the different components of the environment.
This one.
Okay. So like I say, we secured the ENR grant through, or we enhanced it through the UGIFT project, which every district is benefiting from. Is that right? And it has come to an end, is it? Do you wish? You haven't heard of it? Okay, there are negotiations to extend it. So the government prepared the natural resources, the environment, natural resources, knowledge grant guidelines to support the local governments to implement priority programs and projects as a funds are expected to be used for monitoring. Yes, please pay much attention because I already have had some, yeah, to be used for monitoring or compliance with the environment and natural resources laws, regulations, and policies. They are supposed to be used for management of hilly and mountainous areas. They are also supposed to be used for management of forests, wetlands, riverbanks, lake shores, and rangelands.
Hold on.
Now I'll be saying next. Next.
Is it there?
So, which are governments? It's responsible institutions first.
It's okay.
Slide.
To answer, you need to answer.
Can we first rectify it so that there are objectives as well? Next. That one.
Question. You press it to answer. Once
There is a
it's
slide of objectives. After the introduction. How comes before? Yes. So here are the objectives of this conditional grant. One is provide local governments with the necessary financial resources for the management of environment and natural resources within your jurisdiction, and also support specific local governments to implement priority programs under the ENR sector as agreed upon by the ministry and the local governments through signing of the MOU, and also support demarcation of fragile ecosystems, their restoration of the degraded ecosystems, and to strengthen environment and natural resources management in order to reverse the degradation. Next. So which are the responsible institutions for execution of these grants? We have the district local governments as the primary beneficiaries for the grants. And the accounting officers of the local governments need to ensure that the guidelines are observed strictly and to consult with the Ministry of Water and Environment if there is anything that needs clarification on. And then the other stakeholder is the Ministry of Water and Environment, who should ensure that the NRA grant is effectively and efficiently utilized for the purposes for which it was agreed upon, like through the MOU. Then the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is responsible for the timely release of these funds and to ensure that they are efficiently utilized and accounted for as per the finance and accounting regulations. I hope you're doing that. So here is a trend in the grant release. Like I've mentioned before, we had the wetlands conditional grant, and it was small. So with the coming of the U-Gift project, this grant was enhanced from Uganda shillings 790 million before the implementation of the U-Gift to about 4.8 billion shillings in the financial year 2024, and then to a tune of 10.3 billion shillings for this financial year. Yeah, and like I mentioned before, it is expected to support local governments in the management of the ecosystems, including forestry, wetlands, lake shores, river banks, and also conduct environment compliance monitoring of infrastructure projects. The allocation parameters, weights, and formula have been highlighted here. This indicates how what is being used to allocate funds to the local governments. And we have parameters including rural population, where the population with which targets the population which has more of the rural people than the urban. So most of this will also be targeted for the rural population. And then the poverty head count. And here we look at the poverty levels, where poverty level is higher, then the allocation is also high. And then population in hard to reach and hard to stay areas. Do we still have them in our country? With this road infrastructure ongoing? Okay, so the area, like, do any of us here in a hard to reach area? Here. Okay, the communities represent very well. Okay, yeah, so for those areas which are considered hard to reach, then more money goes to them than those where it's easy to reach. And then it also considers the parameter of the wetland area coverage. So areas or districts that have more wetland coverage also take considered to get to a tune of 15% as the weight. And then forest cover is also one of those areas or parameters considered for the allocation. Yeah, now this stipulates how this grant is supposed to be distributed amongst the sectors. So how do we utilize it? The area of wetlands within the district takes up to 30%. When you receive this grant, you're supposed to allocate it as per this guideline or guidance. Wetland coverage or wetlands management will take up to 30% of that, of the total grant. And then management of river banks, lake shores will take up to 25% of the total grant. Then we also have area management of forest cover within the district. That one also takes up to 30%. And then the number of natural resources under management plans. This is dealing with preparation of management plans for the management of these fragile ecosystems. And here we allocate to a tune of 5% of that amount of the total fund. Then 10% of this grant now goes to compliance monitoring for environmental, your monitoring for environmental compliance and the integration of social safeguards. Yeah, and a little of it, you know, this 10%, we also have a little of it being allocated to office management or office operations. Very little. Do we see things to do with facilitating committees here? Okay. Fine, next. That is the same. Next. Oh. Okay, so now that grant has been given, issued already, we have been using it. So this slide presents a few challenges, but I'm going to request for more from you as users. All right, so we have discovered that there has been poor reporting from the local governments. And you people, how many of the reports have you sent to the ministry? And I don't know if you, okay, I believe you have all received the guidelines. Have you? You haven't received them. Okay, you received the soft copies.
I haven't even received the money, so we can't have the money.
You have never received the money?
Yes.
Who is saying? Which is
interesting. It's interesting.
Assessing. When I just heard you say you use part of it for the committees, facilitating committees. I doubt if there's a district which has not received the ENR grant. Really? For the 5 years of
I
this?
have ask him, we have received.
Not town council, not municipal. The district. What is the problem?
That is not true. All this
It's not true. President has said that.
Anyway.
We,
It's what, if it's what is.
Yeah, okay, fine.
If it's what. We have the mind, we want to also, we want to learn. We are learning today.
If that's the money that used to be called the wetland, then we've been receiving it. The other thing was strictly attached to wetlands. Is it the central?
And it's interesting, he's aware it used. So now it carries another name, which you should be knowing.
Yeah, if that's the branch.
Which you should be knowing. That other name.
That other name.
Because you've mentioned that it's used, if it is what used to. So right now, which name are you calling it?
But now I don't know what it's called right now. But as far as I know, is that now it was brought, like they gave it a broader, it extended to, the other time it was strictly for wetlands. And now they spread it across.
You're from the district?
Yes.
So you are aware it is big. Wait a minute, that him maybe tell us more. So, but he knows it used to.
If that's the grant, the man has been counted.
Okay. You see, I said experiences that
It's interesting.
it is experience sharing.
No. If it is the wetland grant of them, I can assure you I have talked to the natural resources officer. I have even mentioned clearly that it is gift fund. He's saying we have not been given that money. If it has been coming, then maybe it is still kept somewhere. Yeah, because we have not used it. The whole department is here of natural resource.
It's called experience sharing. Yeah.
No, thank you. My name is Goodwill of the government office in Uganda. What I'm thinking, we had some little money, but when we had some, we used to receive little money, around 12 million. But when it came in, they added some money.
It is coming.
Okay,
It's coming.
okay,
It's not much, they added something.
okay.
And as far as I know, they added something for this financial year. So this is the second time adding some money.
We will need to check maybe when we get to the ground.
You need to clarify the name.
It is.
So when you go, it's very confusing.
No. I have said I'm presenting an environment and natural resources conditional grants. So I just gave like how it came up. And like you have mentioned correctly, that it was as a result of the U-Gift. So the U-Gift came in as a project. I just wanted to bring it to your attention that it was enhanced with support from the U-Gift project. What is it interesting? For me, I know, much as you have not been receiving it, at least one of the members saying, somehow it is there, it has been coming, but probably maybe not utilized as per. And if I may remember well, that these guidelines have always been shared during the U-Gift monitoring. Yeah, even the recent one was it in February when we further disseminated the guidelines all.
This money has been coming to the districts, but it goes to the Department of Agriculture. And the Department of Agriculture mainstreams environment considerations. So they may have not looked in the natural resource team, but I come from Kasese and I'm a beneficiary of the project. And I know the money has been coming and they have been monitoring even environmental considerations, but it's the agriculture team. The contact person at the district is the district agriculture engineer.
So you get the point. We have never received the money as natural resource.
We are sharing experience.
Yeah.
Financial year 2006-2007, the inner conditional grant was put in place. That money had the wage component that created the lands office. And we had the non-wage component of wetlands. The money was very small, like I was saying. It even went on dwindling. When it came in, it started with the two sectors, education and health for the city schools and the health centers. Along the way, it was expanded to agriculture, to water and environment. The agriculture component brought in the micro-scale irrigation that my colleague from NEMA is talking about. And you're saying people, you pay money, they give you the pump and what and all that. For water and environment, the water grant was enhanced to increase on the water supply. When it came to environment, the addition was added onto the old grant of wetlands, and the scope was expanded to include forestry, to include those hidden mountainous areas and all that. And like someone has just said, that money was, the amount was enhanced and the scope expanded, but it remained the old grant. All district local governments in Uganda receive that money. It is the urban authorities that have even been complaining all through the municipalities and the cities that are not receiving the grant. So you may not be knowing, but it is known that across the board, environment and natural resource conditional grant comes as that grant. And the guidance she's giving speaks to the use of the grant. We have even been signing MOUs for the use of the grant with the districts. We even received some reports, although the reporting has not been good, but the grant comes.
Experience. Experience. Yeah.
It's okay.
Thank you so much, Nathan, for that clarification and also confirmation from districts that they've been receiving that. And maybe I would just like to add something small about maybe agriculture receiving that money and using it for environment. You know, environment management is a cross-cutting issue, and each of these other sectors are supposed to integrate environment within it. So you find that even water subsector, the grant for water, also water has to make sure that it integrates, so mainstreams environment issues into the development facilities. If it's going to construct a piped water system, it has to look at the environment issues, which will, if well mitigated, will lead to sustainability of those projects. So is agriculture. We need to look at the soil, we need to look at the inputs and how they impact on the environment. So that part of it, under the investment servicing cost, should take care of the preliminaries, including environment screening, areas where necessary, like that. So I think that is how you see it, how you see the environment and social aspects coming in with in the other sectors. So having, that has actually opened up this discussion for this slide. I would like us to, from experience, to share some of the challenges so that probably when, as we are preparing these regulations, we can be able to mitigate them. Two of them are that there has been poor reporting, like my colleague has mentioned, very few. Louis, I don't know if you have sent any reports. That's okay. And actually, when you read the detailed guidelines, you're supposed to send 5 reports. Because every quarter, you're supposed to send a report, and then you must send an annual report. Okay? So there has also been poor feedback from our side, okay, to you people, that I must say, I must confess. And also these funds have been poorly or misused. They have been misappropriated to different uses. We haven't been following the conditions or the guidelines. However, these guidelines have been disseminated on several occasions, the last one being February this very year. We're doing another dissemination of all the guidelines. So I would like us to share some experiences with the use of this. Of course, others have not known that the guidelines have, the resources have been coming. That is true. Maybe now having learned, we shall have to go back and inquire. Then for those that have received, what challenges have we encountered along the way? It can be on either side, on the side of the ministry, which is supposed to have ensured that they are properly utilized, and also to the users who are supposed to have been reporting. And so let us get some of these challenges and take stock of them.
Thank you. I'm Amon Bazara from Toma, Forest Officer. I would wish to start from the same issue we've been handling here, where it has emerged that some of us are receiving the funds and probably using them, but not aware where they come from or how they should be used. So for me, I would want to focus on that as the first challenge. If I cannot know where the money is coming from, then how would I know about the guidelines? And for this, I think as we look into the solution, it is two-way. You acknowledge that the ministry has not reached out enough. And when you asked about the guidelines, I think half of us say we have not received it. So on the part of the ministry, we need to reach out and explain this grant more if we want to see improvement on how it's being used. Then internally, as local governments, I would also wish to inquire from you whether when these funds reach the district, from there, what proceeds? Is it about the particular person guiding on how they should be used? Is the department supposed to see? And that is an inquiry. Then also from within, reach out to colleagues. If I am, for example, the natural resource, is the environment office aware? Is the forest office aware? Because we see a lot of gaps. If I don't know whether the money comes and then someone who actually receives the money or guidelines reach out to that particular person, how about the rest? We have seen the scope is wide. If you are in the environment and you're the one who knows, how about the forestry person? Then the last one is on you talked of some people using the money for facilitating committees. And we have seen on the last component of distribution has compliance monitoring. You know, this word monitoring has different meanings depending on where you use it. In local governments, when you talk of monitoring, it is most of us understand it in a different way. So as I am enforcing, as I'm sensitizing, and I call along maybe the sectoral committee chairperson, minister in charge of natural resources, would that be taken as misuse? Thank you.
Any other?
My experience with the money or the grant. You allocated the different percentages to the different, on the different parameters. And forest was given probably the 10, which I would call almost the least. But out of 100%, 90% goes to environment, well and good. However, when we are implementing activities and then monitoring activities on our quarterly monitoring program of activities, you find that most of the activities or operations monitored are forestry related. They don't go to monitor, for instance, telecommunication masts or schools, or they rarely even go to monitor the wetlands for some reasons and others. You find most of what is monitored is forestry based or related. And that means there's more emphasis or consideration that must be done to increase on the level of funds to forestry. I don't think you have your rivers and whatever flowing if there are no forests. I don't think. And even when you look at for instance, area of riverbanks and lakes and whatever in the district. Well, I know they're important, they're very important, but when it comes to monitoring quarterly activities, that is, I'm talking now, the technical and political monitoring of the district. You find forestry-based activities are the ones monitored. They don't go to schools because you did EIS and the school. Maybe once in a while you can go to a quarry. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to first refute one of the statements you made that forestry takes up 10%. It is 30% distribution as well as wetlands. Yeah, this is a distribution. So ideally, even much as we think we have disseminated this, I really feel there is much we need to have done or to do in the future. Yeah, the guidelines, like I've mentioned, have been disseminated. But you see, when we go for this dissemination, we go in a multi-sectoral manner. And so you find that there's some in a group, there will be people from, there may be engineers, there may be people from PPDA, so we may not put much emphasis on this. Yeah, but like where I have been, I've made sure that this is well articulated and that people are aware. So we have also printed out some copies and I expected them to have reached you by now. I don't know if you got them from the regional offices. Wakiso, Mbarara, Bale. We have, it's unfortunate I've not come with a copy. Tomorrow I'll come with it so that you have a look at how the hard copy is like. Yeah, but during this gift monitoring, the quarterly monitoring activities that have always been undertaken by or organized and coordinated by the Ministry of Finance, some of them had the dissemination of different guidelines, including that. So with this distribution, I think it may, so I think that has answered. So now I would like to go to the compliance. Somebody was asking about us to distinguish, to draw a line between using these funds for convening a meeting like the Natural Resources Committee meeting. And as we can see from the distribution, the other three are very clear, right? The first four, one going to a percentage going to wetlands management, riverbanks, lake shores. Yes, sir. When we are looking at riverbanks, lake shores, and we are managing them, still aspects of forestry come in a bit to restore them. Then the forest cover itself, and then the natural resources and the management plans. After we have restored, then we need to prepare these management plans, and then now the compliance monitoring on environment and social safeguards. So here, when you read the detailed guidelines, which I have a soft copy, and I also bring a hard copy for you, and there are hard copies that have been delivered to the regional offices. I don't know if I'll be able to get for some copies and give you for who are here. It is stipulated that this should only be compliance monitoring, you know? When you're convening that meeting, it is really, I think it seems to be for compliance monitoring, nothing or throw more light. However, within the guidelines, it is stated that some of these other activities should be, money should be drawn from at least the local revenue, something from elsewhere. This is just the scope for this money or for these funds. Okay, where ministry has not reached out enough, that we have really confessed. We will need to do that more. And then what proceeds the district upon receiving these resources? In one of the slides, it's stipulated the slide that has responsibilities. The responsible institutions. We look at the primary beneficiaries who are the local governments, and it says that the districts, the local governments are the primary beneficiaries for this ENR and wage conditional grant, which is directly sent to the local governments. So the accounting officers of these local governments should ensure that the guidelines are observed strictly and consult with the Ministry of Water and Environment for any other information to be clarified upon. So ideally, these guidelines have been sent to the local government through your accounting officers. And once the man has been received, he has to make sure that you are informed and you are guided well. But even then, as primary beneficiaries within the department, you're supposed to be having these guidelines with you. Yeah, awareness within the Natural Resources Department, creation of awareness. Yes, like I've mentioned, through the head of department, and each of you is supposed to be aware of these guidelines and to ensure that when the money comes, forestry should ensure that it has taken its proportion, so is the environment and the others. So we should work together in allocating these resources and also follow through to ensure that it is properly utilized. Yeah. Submit if there's any other information or anything else you would like. Otherwise, the new gift has ended, but it is under negotiations for an extension. Meanwhile, one of the questions would be, since I have mentioned that this was as a result of the enhancement by the U-Gift project, which has come to a closure, you would ask, what next? Are we going back to the other one we used to know, the wetlands grant, or what? I expected to hear that from you. Is it of any concern, or since you've been using it without knowing, you don't care whether you go back to that middle?
Thank you so much. That's what I was going to ask you. But later on, I realized if you check the budget we have now, has been enhanced again to some. It's not too much, it's not enough, but at least they added some money for this financial year. So we thank them so much, and we request if they can give us more money, the better, so the government can engage them as soon as possible, so that maybe they can come back. Then I want to thank them because I was recruited under that fund. They didn't only increase the grant. Another condition was to recruit critical officers, and that's how I came in. So I thank them so much. Yes, then you have presented your charities. However much, if you put back the other percentages we have seen as a district, as the natural resources department, you have the charity. This little or too much money you have seen, we don't have means of transport to the field. You first liaise with the DPO, you say, DPO, I want to use your car. The man tells you this week I'm busy, maybe wait for me on Monday. You go to the education office and say, maybe next Friday I'll be free. So we are suffering, and I don't know if it is over now, we can't talk about it, but if you can keep engaging the government, of course, ministry will look at you and some people above us. Please help not only Mitoma, but since I'm not sure in other districts, if you can talk to them. We really need our own transport to ensure that this grant is utilized in time. We suffer a lot. If you go to actually the town of Mitoma, that one says, we have hills, we have railways. You can't be on a motorbike for 3 consecutive days. It's really hard. You must sit and wait for somebody to help you with the car. And you can't take yours in the field because however much you get fuel, you don't get money to repair it in case of anything. So please, as you engage them, tell them that. Then secondly, on submission of reports. Actually, it's like a contradiction. Yeah, we submit to the ministry, but there is a report on PBS on the system. Quarterly, we submit reports through the planner. We normally open the system and submit the reports. If you can also obtain those reports from Ministry of Finance, you can be having all reports for all our governments in Uganda, in addition to what we submit to you directly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, the grants will remain as we move on. And with the coming of the new phase, it will still be there, and we hope it will be enhanced. The issue of transport, I think this has been an outcry. Nema, you once offered, you once vote for local governments vehicles. Maybe we can still work together and ensure that.
Okay, mine is also a recommendation kind of. I'm looking at national assessment that is done annually to follow up on compliance to regulations. As ministry, you can also include in the assessment so that you can include those issues, the parameters that have been given money. You can include them in the assessment so that when we are doing assessment, you follow up on whether local governments are following up on are complying with the regulations as stated. Otherwise, if you leave it at that and you keep saying local governments have to ensure that money is utilized as per the regulation, it may not work out. But as ministry, you can make follow-ups to see whether these people are complying.
Okay. Thanks for all this feedback and thanks for the communication. Just reflections on what has come through already. Limited awareness. That is very key, that people have not been aware of the grant. But I think we would even put this back to the DNROs because they are fully aware about this grant. Maybe they don't pass on the message. And there have been intentional sessions under UGIFT, during those joint sessions where these guidelines have been disseminated. I don't know how many of us are on the platform for environmental managers, because even many times we have asked this question and it has been responded to over and over. So, but it is appalling that it is still more awareness is needed on this. What happens when the grant is received? That goes back to the head of department, because like we've said, initially it was wetlands only, but now it was expanded. And we think that now the head of department takes lead of the other departments within that sector and agrees on, and you agree on what is to be done. So there is a coordination aspect within in the natural resources sector. And that speaks to the earlier concern about percentage of forestry. This guideline, the percentages reflected there are a confirmation that the grant is supposed to be spread over. But you should know that the different districts have different kind of natural resources. For instance, if you don't have a riverbank, a river or a lake, then you cannot allocate money for riverbank. Okay? If in your area you are seeing that the forest coverage is higher, then it means it is given priority. So there is further guidance that should be given by the kind of environment that you have. If we are in the hill areas, then that is priority. You cannot give the 5 or 15% for hill areas when they are actually covering 80% of your district. So it means that internally some work needs to be done, which has not been the case. And on the reporting, we don't have access to that reporting to Minister of Finance, but I don't know whether you are aware that we now have a water and environment information system, and it has been disseminated recently. We are supposed to be entering this information directly into that system, but I'm yet to find out where this has gone. But to avoid this paperwork and reporting to different areas, the guidance there would be a good way of reporting. And finally, the guidance on national assessment. This is very welcome. I have not been part of this assessment for a while, but we need to find out further from whoever is participating from our ministry, what improvements they've put on this. Otherwise, it will be better because OPM now comes with a whip and we look at how you are using the grant. So when you leave it just open and it's just a guideline, someone can choose not to comply and nothing will be done. And now we are talking as Minister of Water and Environment. That is now a challenge on our side as the ministry. You receive money directly from finance, and and finance does not require you to report to us. So even when you don't report, nothing is done to you. And so it's like if there was a way that someone could come and say, please finance, Mitoma didn't report, cut the money. That would compel one to do that. But whether you have reported or not, because business continues. So it becomes difficult. But if it is like for the assessment and you are not complying and they are going to penalize you, then definitely you will be compelled to do so. So it is something that we can pick up on from our side at the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks everyone for the comments. Just to add more, when you get the detailed guidelines, section 5.3, it provides for a reallocation, just like Nathan has been explaining. If you have less of the forests than the riverbanks, yeah, here is to place that reallocation of more than 10% will require written approval from the permanent secretary. Yeah, so when you assess your ecosystems and you see which one require more, and then you push to at least make some bit of reallocation, the 30% to maybe 45 like that. If you to do that like beyond 10%, then you will seek approval from the minister. So this is allowed. Yeah, now, I don't know how much time we have, but I wanted to, having had an opportunity to interact with people, I know the OPM has it reviewed the performance assessment manual. I wanted to find out how it is, the issues that are captured in the environment. Are they really sufficient? Are they very sufficient? Let alone when you're looking at integration of ENR issues within the development projects. Does it also cater for the part of ENR as in environment alone, wetlands alone? Do they come out very well? Other than the integration or looking at mainstreaming environment into maybe building or roads or what?
Yeah, thank you very much. The assessment manual is basically centered itself on integration of environment and natural resource concepts into implementation of different projects. But general environment management is not coming out clearly. Because when you look at what is required of us, is to present the screening forms, to look at the environment and social management plans, then to look at the certification projects, and maybe also monitoring for compliance reports. So that one indicates that they are only looking at how best projects are integrating environmental concerns in implementation of these projects. So there's still a gap on general environment management. That's what I got.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for this feedback. I'll request at a later time that you just note down some of those issues you really think should be captured, other than following up on this, following up on the utilization of the guidelines. What are those specific ones you would think, yeah, besides the certification and involvement or endorsement by the environment and social, what they are, so that we can push them? You can note them down and share with us. Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair. I would like to hand over.
There is a comment. Emma, is that comment for us?
Sound is off.
Yeah. So the sound was off. Apologies. Apologies, online participants, but the beauty you were going through the presentation online. Since I think the mic was off and you had a comment, you have a minute. Any of you online to raise a comment or question. to Fauza about this interesting grant. But also, colleagues, you don't see plastic bottles because it's a policy of WWF or really minimizing practice of use of single-use behavior. And it is a mechanism of Emily to reduce plastic. So if you want water, you have a dispenser behind and glass. So just pick. But also we have noted hotels save a lot of water. Because when you take water in an open equipment, you don't waste it. And when you take, you sip, leave it there. So it is also another way of resource efficiency. So we encourage district local government to also adopt resource efficiency. If you can use the dispensers during the district technical planning committees, you will give me how much you have shared, how much you have saved on expenses for water. These are small things we do, and they add value.
You're speaking from, Chair is speaking from the NGO world, but NEMA is currently spearheading. Yes, we have said no to plastics. We've said not everything. And currently, we are trying to come up with a global conversion of plastics, and NEMA is the focal point person for that conversion. Dr. Kamkwasa is spearheading the process as national focal point person, together with a few individuals in NEMA. So it is not only WWF in this fight of plastics, NEMA is also heavily involved. Thank you.
Yes, sorry. I would like you to remind us of the World Environment Day theme for this year, because it's for that.
Yes, Muhindo will have to flag it off, but it is related to plastics. We are saying no to plastics. So Muhindo, before your presentation, flag it off for everyone to see. Thank you.
See, when you are a hyena, you are moving into Germany. Can we really are proud of Father, thank you so much. I think that was so good. And I continue to tell colleagues, learning doesn't stop. Also, Fauza, be ready. One of the huge requests coming is on revising this grant. We incorporate climate response. Okay? And we hope you will be flexible. Because when you are doing wetland management, forest protection, riverbank, and in the areas protection, those are some of the things. And also other climate-related actions which district local governments are supposed to do. So discussions are underway. The other part of the coin to still operate more issues such that there is a clear way we have holistic response to these evolving challenges. We are going in the gist of the matter, why we are here, and that is the regulation. We are now handing over officially to NEMA, and just for you, it is not by coincidence. We did specify you are the leader. But you see, we can't get up for you to do your work. So when the NEMA is leading, the best I can do is to smile, but not to part of your back, because it is your work. But when you see other people changing, and by the way, hotels have changed, they have embraced glass bottled water, and we thank them. Please can you. So it has been a good half of the day, taking you through those two presentations. And now I want to hand over Nema to take us for the rest of the day. And I hope I've been a good chair. So James, I want to hand over. Thank you so much.
Chair, did you share the copy of the regulations?
We hadn't, but we are going to print. We are going to print without.
Why is it?
Because we want people to make actually, yes, and you have evidence, so accessible become aware of providing you ink. Yes, so we are going to print and put that just organize. Rebecca is asking. Sorry, Rebecca. That goes to when I think.
Actually, I don't answer.
You see now they are calling me when. Yes. So when is what you are saying. You.
Yes, it is unfortunate that this grant is not extended to the urban authority, the urban councils. And we are fully aware that a municipality is a higher local government like a district. And it is true they are autonomous. What we have got to do is that we put up a proposal to the Minister of Finance. I think it was around 2018, 2019, asking for that enhancement. Actually, that proposal was requesting for vehicles across the board, like Maif has done. And in that same proposal, we are talking about the urban councils. The unfortunate thing, when the proposal went to finance, they asked the minister to add just within the ministry budget to address these issues. And now we couldn't touch the water subsector and nothing was done then. So it was until the window of UGIFT came up that they talked of scaling up to the other level, other subsectors. And that time finance had promised that they will subsequently go on increasing every year, increasing the grant. But as you see, it is still small. So for now, if even available, which would mean again cutting it further. So the discussion is still on, and it is very, very valid. Very valid, because urban councils equally have very big environmental challenges that need to be addressed. So Rebecca, your question is the same as mine. I'm equally concerned, just like you are. And if I had the authority, I would have cleared that. So we are still discussing with finance to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ministry, for the response. Yeah, I'll pick it up from there, but I'll request that before we start, we stand up and give the Ministry a round of applause. If we could stand up, yes, and stretch, but also give the Ministry for Water and Environment a hand clap for the. Thank you. We can have a seat. The reason I made a stand first, the ministry are our supervisors at NEMA, as you're going to see in the structure. Yes, but as I will present, we also supervise the ministry at some point. And secondly, as you heard in the introduction from our manager legal, she said I'm acting, and I thought it's a good opportunity for me to order her to stand, because now that I have the opportunity to act, let me use it. It's not every day that I get her to stand. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so you can have a seat, Madam Eunice. Yes, so my name is James Muhindo. I work at NEMA as a senior legal officer, and for the next week or so, I'm acting as manager, including during this meeting. I'm just reminding her. Okay. Yes, so this process has been going on, as you were told. Last year we were in Mbarara with 3 or 4 districts, and now we have additional districts, and the manager already told us that as part of the processes we are doing, we make sure that there is comprehensive consultation, because in the course of approval beyond drafting, proof of consultation is required. So during the discussion in Mbarara, we thought it right for us to understand where in the institutional framework or legal framework, the District Natural Resource Committee regulations fall and those committees. So I'm going to first make a brief presentation using the time we have before lunch about the National Environment Act. And then after lunch, I will introduce the regulation in the morning. Then after lunch, we shall go into the specifics of the regulation. Us being stakeholders in the sector, I know we all have a good understanding of the legal framework, which includes the Constitution, the Act, and other related acts. The list is longer than that. The Constitution has a number of provisions that speak to Uganda's commitment to environmental protection and governance in the process of governance and policy. A number of articles, including Article 17 on the duties of citizens. Every Ugandan, wherever they are, has a responsibility to protect the environment. As you can see, it is the duty of every Ugandan citizen, every citizen of Uganda, to create and protect a clean and healthy environment. 39 provides for the right to a clean and healthy environment. Article 137, government shall hold in trust natural resources in the interest of all Ugandans. And 245, Parliament shall make laws for the protection and preservation of the environment, management of the environment, and promotion of environmental awareness. That's where the National Environment Act comes in, under the powers given to Parliament in Article 254 of the Constitution. So, beyond the legal framework, what is the institutional framework for environment management in the country? And this is where NEMA and the ministry have a very good working relationship. We start with the president and the cabinet, who form the policy and strategic direction of environmental management in the country. Below that, there is a standing subcommittee of the cabinet called Policy Committee on Environment. This committee is established under the Act, and it has mandate to generate policy on environment. It has about 15 ministers. It's chaired by the Prime Minister. Then the minister responsible for environment, the ministry responsible for environment, which is the Ministry of Water and Environment. And after that, we have the National Environment Management Authority. And below the National Environment Management Authority, we have lead agencies, which include ministries, departments, agencies, local governments, and urban authorities. So where I was mentioning our catch, Ministry for Water and Environment supervises NEMA, but there are some departments under Ministry of Water and Environment that NEMA supervises because they are lead agencies for certain segments of the environment, as we shall see in the next, in the coming slides. So the Act, the National Environment Act, provides for the management of the environment, continues NEMA, because this act was made in 2019. It replaces the 1995 Act, which was providing for the National Environment Management Authority. As a way of retaining NEMA, the new act continues what was established in 1995. And by the way, as a reminder, NEMA made 30 years this year. So we are big boys. Big boys and girls, yes, 30 years. And also the Act provides for emerging environmental issues, including climate change, management of hazardous chemicals, biodiversity offsets. There are a number of contemporary things that were not envisaged in 1995 that are now provided for in the new Act. What's the mandate of NEMA? Section 9 of the Act provides that NEMA is the principal agency mandated with regulating, monitoring, supervision, and coordination of all activities relating to the environment. These four things are very important: regulating, monitoring, supervision, and coordination. They'll make sense in the coming slides when we understand why NEMA is just regulating, monitoring, coordinating, and supervising. It's a managerial role. It's not an officer position, if I can use hierarchy at the workplace. You supervise the ones who are doing the work. So who does the work? Lead agencies. Section 10 of the Act provides for lead agencies. And these lead agencies are mandated with managing certain segments of the environment. So NEMA's work is to regulate, monitor, supervise, and coordinate these ones. For forests, we have NFA. For wildlife, we have UA. For wetlands, we have Wetland Management Department of the ministry. And that's where the catch is. As I told him, sometimes we go to the ministry to supervise them. That's one of the areas. Even in respect to the second one, water resource management. The Directorate of Water Resource Management is a lead agency for water. For fisheries, then local governments and urban authorities. This is one of the areas where NEMA has taken a beating for the mandate of lead agencies. Local governments and urban authorities are in charge of waste management within their jurisdiction, noise, local forests, wetlands. It's a very long list of things that local governments and urban authorities have to do insofar as managing the environment in their jurisdiction is concerned. So with that in mind, what are the functions of those lead agencies that get the different segments? Section 11 of the Act provides that lead agencies are mandated with They plan, regulate, and manage the segment of the environment within its mandate. I don't know if this green is clear enough. I will put it in black. That's I just noticed it's reflecting. This presentation. Which laptop is projecting?
We edit a little bit.
Yeah, you can change as I present using mine. So functions of lead agencies, yes, as he updates it. Beyond planning, regulating, and managing the segment of the environment within their jurisdiction, lead agencies also carry out strategic environment assessment in accordance with Section 47 of the Act. They prepare an environment action plan in accordance with Section 45 of the Act. So districts are supposed to come up with environment action plans. They also prepare state of the environment reports in accordance with Section 46 of the Act. All these are annual or sometimes once every 2 years, for some of them, depending on the requirement of the law. And NEMA continues to struggle with lead agencies putting in their reports and also action plans. Then lead agencies also undertake environmental inspection and review environment assessments and environment audits in accordance with the Act. The functions continued. Ensure that any activity undertaken in its area of jurisdiction is in compliance with the Act. Implement the decisions of the authority with respect to the segment of the environment under its mandate. Report on progress quarterly and account to the authority for the execution of its role in relation to environment management within 3 months after the end of the financial year. So they are expected reports to be submitted to NEMA in relation to management of this segment. And as you heard earlier in the morning, with the National Environment Fund coming on board this year, some of these considerations are going to play a factor in local governments or lead agencies being considered to receive funds from the National Environment Fund, the extent to which they are complying with these reporting requirements. And lastly, lead agencies implement and enforce the provisions of the Act. So while NEMA regulates, monitors, coordinates, and supervises, the lead agencies, and in the room we have local governments and urban authorities and the ministry, the 2 departments, even NFA, the lead agencies are the ones mandated with doing the work. Are we together? So the District Natural Resource Committee is a very important committee in that regard because it supports the districts as lead agencies in executing their mandate under the Act. As part of sharing information on the Act, I shared a number of other provisions relating to registration and licensing. We shall see them in the slide. Rest of time, I'll not dwell on them so much. We have provisions on strategic environment assessment in section 2 of the Act, strategic environment assessment are defined as systemic and comprehensive processes of evaluating the likely environmental, health, and social consequences of a policy, plan, program, and its alternatives to ensure that these consequences are integrated and appropriately addressed at the earliest stage of decision-making. So unlike EIAs, which are limited to projects or developments, strategic environment assessments that lead agencies are required to undertake include, yes, these assessments that lead agencies are required to undertake are supposed to inform programming at whatever level you're operating, so that if it's even for the budget and work plan for the district, you have as a department or the committee, if it's in place, to assess and see what we are going to do next year, how is it going to impact the environment, and there are talks to consider having these strategic assessments become like the requirements that Parliament has on equity considerations for budgets before they are approved. So that will make sure that environmental considerations are integrated in planning. There are provisions prohibiting certain actions and making provision for offenses. These are very many, including conflict of interest in doing environmental work. We have offenses relating to NEMA as an institution, bribing an officer, either of NEMA or an environment inspector. According to the Act, a number of public servants are gazetted every 3 years as environment inspectors, and these include district natural resource officers and other officers at the district. So bribing those officers is an offense on the part of the one bribing them. The one receiving has another offense. The IGG handles that. But even bribe giving an environment officer, an environment inspector bribe is an offense. Obstructing inspectors, impersonation, these are very prevalent, where you hear that people are trying to either extort money in the name of we are the district environment officers or we are the natural resource officer, yet they don't work for the district, or we are NEMA officers. A number of offenses, and the offenses continue. Slides. These will be shared, and penalties and fines for the different offenses. Then the Act also provides for the Environment Protection Force, which wasn't in the old law, and a regulation has been put in place to operationalize the force. It came into force in June 2024, last year, and right now it has, I think, over 50 officers, but the target is to have a very big force that can support the work lead agencies are doing. So if any lead agency needs support in terms of enforcement and protection during inspections, NEMA has a team. We have regional offices in Barara, Male, Lira, and Oima, which can be reached by the different regions, local governments that require that support. Other provisions that I thought need mention, the funds of the authority. This part 3 of the Act provides for the National Environment Fund. And as I mentioned earlier, this fund will be operational most likely this year, holding all factors constant. And we may have some lead agencies benefiting. according to the regulation and the act, these funds are split between NEMA and also the lead agencies. And the procedure for accessing these funds are in the regulations, which are expected to be signed into law not long from now. Is environment planning, management of the green environment, sound management of chemicals, environment and social assessments, easements. All these are different aspects of environmental protection that were not comprehensively provided for in the old law and are provided for in the current one. In terms of amendments, there have been no amendments between now since 2019, and in July 2024, we know the new laws of Uganda came into force, and it's now the National Environment Act, CAP 181, and not number 5 of 2019 as it was referred to previously. There are some amendments that are being mooted, most significant being the amendment of Section 76 of the Act that provides for management of plastic and plastic products. This provision has some limitations regarding what plastics are banned, and NEMA is in advanced stages of coming up with a proposal for amending this, where we shall rally all the support we can get so that we are clear on what plastics are we banning. Relatedly, several regulations have been developed to operationalize different provisions of the Act, and these regulations, over 15, between 2019 and to date, we have a number of regulations, including environment and social impact assessment regulations, environment audit regulations, ozone depleting substance regulations, waste management, oil waste management. There are so many, and I think there are about 17 regulations in total that have been developed to operationalize different sections of the Act. There are regulations that are currently being drafted, and this one is the reason we are here over these 2 or 3 days, but we have others, express administrative and coercive fines regulations. These ones are in advanced stages and may be coming into force anytime before the end of this calendar year, not even the financial year. Then extended producer responsibility regulations are also in advanced stages. These relate to putting a responsibility on those who produce plastics or waste generally, either plastics, electronic waste, and so on, to be the ones that pay for collecting or recycling or managing that waste that comes from their operations. We are amending or reviewing the noise and vibrations regulations. We are also reviewing the wetland, riverbanks, and lakeshore regulations. These ones are being drafted, and then we have National Environment Fund regulations, which are also in advanced stages. So that's what we have going on in terms of the National Environment Fund. Thank you very much.
Yes, welcome. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. It was good. On the number of regulations that are currently under drafting, you also need to indicate the practitioners' regulations. It needs to be if it up. You need to maintain a clear page of what we are doing and what is pending. Above all, there is a provision, a constitutional provision that we really have to emphasize. I am not in touch. NEMA now, NEMA now is big, and we have the lead agency coordination office that is directly in touch with you. But under the constitutional provision, specifically under Article 17, we have the powers and the responsibilities, all of us in this room and the entire population, protect the environment. So when a segment of environment is being depleted or degraded in your locality, do not say this is the functionality of NEMA. You have powers under the Constitution, you have powers under this Act, which I believe all of you have. I do not know how many times you've been sensitized, but in the old NEMA, I and Nathan, that used to be our work, to sensitize all of you, but that work has been cascaded down to the Lead Agency Coordination Office. So you have to know what is constituted in here, how to apply it, and where to apply it. So the gist of all this is that before you say this is the work of NEMA, just know the Constitution empowers you to protect what is within your vicinity. And like he has rightly stated, it is an offense to be bribed or seek to bribe under Section 154. Revise it. So if there are some in the room that would maybe want to get tempted or have been tempted to take bribes, no, it is an offense. From today, yes. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Mr. Mindo, once again. I'll be coming in.
It's another microphone.
It's only this. I can move it. No.
There is one here.
I can move it. Today I'm under instruction, so I have to move it.
Yeah, thank you so Mindo for this elaborate presentation. It gives much insight into what is within the Act. Now, I just wanted to find out about the regulations for management of hilly and mountainous areas. It seems to be missing here. We're still having the old ones. You probably maybe also have it to consider what is the pipeline. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anson Hilo. I would like your presentation. I don't know, maybe I like that part so, but I have some questions to you. Number one, I'm covering government officer. Number one. Yes, number one. Gazettement after 3 years. Personally attended the auction and they trained us as environmental inspectors, but we didn't get feedback after. Like they used to give numbers and they give a book, each name with a number, so that you can know that you are the environmental inspector number 101. It didn't come out. And through rumors, when we inquired, we are told that this time you gazetted titles, not individuals. I need clarification on that. Then number two, it is a simple question as a lawyer. I'm not one, yet I'm following everything. Under the standards, am I allowed to use my phone to measure something like noise and I take it to court as an evidence? Or I should use the real machine entitled to do that? We clarify that. Then lastly, it is a request. Can we have copies of the National Environmental Act 2019? We rely on soft copies. Remember, if you can provide, the better. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Council. Presentation. Now, I'm from the civil society, so I'm oriented more towards the climate change. The challenge we normally have that we have so many policies, legislations, guidelines, and all stuff like that. But on the ground, things of course are different, especially for people who do the enforcement. Why I'm raising this space, the overall environment sector, we have got so many new laws, policies, which also including the disaster risk management Exactly. Now, it becomes difficult sometimes for one who is at the ground, implementing, like the officers here, who are supposed to do implementation. How are we going to take care of all these developments to a more simplified kind of like the regulations that integrate all these aspects? Because already there is a challenge, like in the implementation of the climate change law. You have the DNR's office being the contact office now for climate change, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So they keep adding those responsibilities. Now for these regulations, how are we going to take care of all these? Make sure that an officer, when they're executing their duty on the ground, take care of all this and avoid the confusion. Is that likely? Because there are so many actually. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Yarin Ambrose from Wageso District. My first question is about working hours. And the public service standing orders is very clear. Work from 8 to 5 p.m. Much of the degradation happens during night hours and weekends. Our land friends, the lawyers, well, in an instance when you get a degrader over the weekend, when you arrest that person, the person is taken to court, you can be challenged. You arrested someone over the weekend. Was it working days? It is challenging, mostly us who work from here in Kampala, around Kampala. Then, about assessment of inspectors, the criteria. Look at Wageso as a district. Like I said, Wageso has 4 municipalities, each with a senior environmental officer and an environmental officer. Those are 8. The district has a natural resource officer, has a district natural resources officer, an environmental officer, and a wetlands officer. Those are 4. Then it has town councils. The town councils have 4 environmental officers. So because of the nature of Wageso, it being very big, you will find that maybe we have like only 2 gazetted inspectors out of over 10 that I have just mentioned. I think the request is we need to give some, we have to look into Wageso just because of its nature, so that most of these officers are given inspector powers, because we are all aware that roles of environmental officers and inspectors are different. So we need to give some insight about that. I thank you.
Thank you for those questions. I have 2 colleagues in the room who will maybe also weigh in on some of the questions after, if there's anything I've skipped. I think in the order in which we received the questions, we were asked regarding regulations on hilltops and mountainous areas. Yes, it's a question of funds, not even prioritization, but the target is to have all regulations that were in place before 2019, either reviewed or aligned with the new act. So those ones, when they are not yet on the chopping board, we are going to be attending to them as soon as we clear what we have on our desk. Yeah, but there are a number of regulations, as you heard the manager reminding me. The question from Godwin Bitoma, and his question on the gazettement of inspectors. Previously, or in some cases, they have gazetted names of officers in their capacity. But this last year, the gazettement focused on the offices. So, for example, our piece of case, the environment officers and the natural resource officers are all already gazetted. All we need is to follow up with them and get a copy of that gazette, and then you use that as the instrument, because whoever holds that office, notwithstanding their name, has powers of an inspector. Yeah, and those powers actually in the Act are very, very serious powers. An inspector has powers equivalent to those of a police officer, or you should read the Act in terms of powers of an inspector. But everyone, natural resource officer, district, I think the cow is also gazetted. There are a number of titles at local government level which were gazetted, so you don't need to be gazetted in your own name. Yes, or if someone is recruited and occupies that office, they enjoy the powers pursuant to that gazettement. The other one from Godwin, using phones as gadgets to measure noise. Yes, in court, what they are concerned with when prosecuting environmental crime is how you have managed the evidence, because noise meters are actually installed with an application that can be installed on a phone. Yeah, so what court concerns itself with is how you manage the recording and how you present it to court. We have regional trainings for environment inspectors where we take participants through what are the powers of an inspector, how does an inspector collect information from the field, how do you use that information in court. So maybe on another day we would have a presentation on that, but it doesn't, as long as you have installed an application that can be verified, you capture those findings and put them in your report, which is a technical report showing that you as an inspector at a certain rank went on a given day, collected data, used this device, and the readings were as follows. The fact that you're an inspector makes your report authoritative and can be administered in court when prosecuting environmental crime. Hard copies of the Act. We have, I think Emily had an arrangement if funds allow, but for NEMA we don't. The copies we have, we are working with WCS. From time to time they print copies and bring and then we distribute. So when that happens, we shall consider sharing with the local governments. Mr. Gwalimbwa, he said the situation on the ground is a bit different, especially given the many regulations we are coming up with. The beauty with regulations is that they try to explain what is already provided for in the Act. They are not creating new rules, they are explaining the rules that may be vague because the Act is summarized. So for you as a player in the sector, once you understand what is provided for in the Act, you don't have to have on top of your mind what is in the regulation. You go to it when you need guidance on how to handle that. So we shouldn't be distracted by the many regulations that are on the list. All we have to do is there is a provision on a certain segment of the environment. So when you're handling that, you look at the specific regulations that explain the information that relates to that. Otherwise, it will be hard for us to have a summary because to distort what the regulations are trying to do. They're trying to share more detail so that people understand the provision better. So for example, the regulations we're working on relate to section 27 of the Act. It's one page on the Act, but now the regulations have about 20 different clauses. So the one section in the Act is explained in over 20 clauses of a regulation, but it remains district natural resource committees that are established in section 27 of the Act. There. Yeah, so for all these other regulations, it's the same position where we are trying to shed more light so that they're easy to comply with, it's easy to understand and to enforce by different actors. Yeah. Mr. Ambrose from Wakiso, working hours, this is a legal question. The public service standing orders provide for working hours, but they also provide that once you're recruited into public service, they are hiring all your time. And you are at the disposal of government 24/7. They can even call you at midnight and you swim in action. Yeah, it's in the public service standing orders. Once you get employed in public service, you are a full-time 24-hour employee of government. You have, I think they use it when they're talking about priests. They offer themselves to the service of the Lord, like they're the product, use me, Lord. That's how public service works. When there are the 8 working hours, you remain even on leave. You can be recalled by your supervisor. You have to leave your contact, you have to share where you're going to be during leave as part of the request. You can be on leave and they need more hands on deck and they summon you to be there within maybe 24 hours. So while I'm sharing that, working on Saturday is not a problem. Working at night is not a problem. For purposes of court, it's how you document the process. So if there's a degrade, NEMA is doing it with the ministry, the Wetlands Department. If there's a degrade operating at night, you go with a team, rest, impound, prepare reports, and they are admissible in court. So it shouldn't be an excuse that because you have enforced on a weekend, court will not accept that evidence, so the degrader will get on with it. We have many cases where we are enforcing in the evening, we are enforcing at night, we are enforcing, but there are standards that you have to comply with. Evictions, you cannot evict because there are human rights requirements regarding evictions. It shouldn't be raining, it shouldn't be bad weather, things like that. The time of the day, notice, all those. But in terms of someone who is backfilling as well, even if it's Saturday at 11 p.m., you can take action, document it as an inspector, and court will accept that evidence. So those are just myths that people think because it's out of working hours, you cease to have the powers that you have. Are we together? Yes, as an inspector, as a government employee, you have the powers 24/7.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Then would you issue a notice? A notice, serving a notice?
You can serve a notice anytime, like serve them at 7 or Saturday. Yeah. Because you have the power, then what makes the notice valid is the authority under which you're issuing it, not the date or time. Yeah, you have the mandate to issue it, then you issue it. Yeah. The one on gazettement I have already shared. It's now a case of offices that are gazetted, and there are all the relevant offices exercise the powers that it's
recommendation made in the packet that information to the valid agencies so that everybody is aware. Otherwise, we find even the official DPP is presented, and those people are not aware. I think we shall share it with Emily, the Gazette that published inspectors. They can print at least copies for those present. Yeah, but it's available. Yes.
Okay. Of course, I agree with all your answers without any doubt, and thank you for rightly answering. I'll begin with the last one, the copy of the Gazette. Doreen, where are you? This is a matter that you should actually follow up with the lead agency coordination office tomorrow. It appears these people are not aware of that Gazette. Ask that office, and if necessary, obtain the soft copy. And I think there's a mailing list for all the district environment officers and their natural resource offices. Ensure that it is emailed. That is information that they should have. That is their own information. Yes, and relatedly, someone of course asked why the Gazette came out in form of titles. This was done under due consideration and together with the advice of the Attorney General, and the advice us that is better, it is actually good practice. It is one of the best practices. Because ideally would have names, would Gazette names, but people move. People look for jobs, people find jobs. And you know, others would not even return those tags. And those tags would be for 5 years, yeah? So someone moves with that tag, it has a name. And in most cases, those tags would be misused. Eh? Because when you're handing over, most of them would not hand over. I'm not speaking the name of officers, but I'm also speaking at the district level, that it was a problem. So in order to cure this, we said we are only gazetting the titles. The same applies to district councillors with the election period. The law requires us to go and train these councillors on formulation of ordinances and bylaws. But one of the peculiar problems that we found at our districts was that we would train this lot, and in the coming elections, they would change. That is also a code. So people would change with whatever knowledge we equip them with. The same applies to the Gazette bit. So people change, titles move. So it is best practice that way that we have the titles gazetted. The titles cannot change. Another person requested to have copies of the National Environment Act. Most of these laws are on our website, rightly so. But it would be in order that Nema and Emily, we have to be out on this. This is not a lot of money. You can cause an impact. You can actually sponsor the printing and distribution of the National Environment Act. Not that NEMA, we cannot afford that, but NEMA has a lot of the hard copies. The lawyers within this room will agree with me that going to the ED, the current ED, and telling him that we need to print those many copies, you'll actually think that you're out of your mind, because we have digitalized all the processes, including EIA. People here who are in that field know that we have moved away from the hard copies, but I speak from the knowledge that I have, and as a Ugandan, people are moved by the hard copies. So this is an area where we can collaborate with Emily and have these copies distributed. It resonates with my earlier call to have these consultations done at regional levels. So we can also use the same space, distribute the hard copies to the people that will be attending. You know, we have a saying in our profession that a good lawyer is not almost where to find a law. It is better to have the Act as point of your references and also in execution of your work. You have to know your duties and responsibilities. On measurement of noise, Mahindo, thank you for the responses. We still have a problem with that regulation. It is one of those that we have properly worked on, but we have parameters to do with the vibration component. That was ideally not in the old law. We introduced the vibration component because noise goes from the vibrations. Now, a lot of vibration is expected to take place in the Braben region, the oil area. So we've done and cleaned up that regulation. I think we have one more meeting with us, is it called Seismic Department, to actually agree on those parameters. Once we agree, that is also a regulation that will be out this year. And once it is out, we shall require that all lead agencies acquire what we call calibrated machines. Calibrated machines for the measurement of noise in decibels. These are machines that are not going to be operated by everyone. We shall undertake equip our district on how to use those calibrated machines. The law specifically to cure the many machines that are currently on the market and being used, especially by the pastors. One time we called a meeting in Nema, and every pastor came with at least 3 machines for measurement of noise. So in order to cure that, we didn't target pastors only. Don't misquote me. But we had a meeting with them because they requested. They said we are targeting them, and they came with their machines. So we shall have to use in future calibrated machines. Working days arrest, I think you answered that in Hindu. NEMA works on weekends. NEMA works at night. We are dealing with criminals, you people. We are dealing with degraders. And in order to step up our efforts, we have to carry these enforcement exercises at the time when these people degrade our environment. You will agree with me that during the night, that is when you see vehicles, heavy vehicles ferrying marijuana to unknown locations. And it is also during holidays. It is not until that you work with NEMA that you can have all this information. There's a lot of backfilling during holidays, Christmas holidays, the Easter breaks, name it. So we've stepped up enforcement. There is no degradation that can take place without our knowledge. But I think we need a paradigm shift of minds as Ugandans. The president keeps on saying that when you are backfilling any wetland or ecosystem, what is in your mind? Because a wetland can be separated from a place that is not a wetland. But you find an individual with full knowledge that actually this is a stream that is feeding all different kind of sister streams and whatsoever. But you find someone backfeeding it actively. So we've done the sensitization, we've crafted the laws, they are there, they are in place, but we are still fighting. As NEMA, we have a very huge mandate, and like he has said, we cannot be everywhere. So I would implore you under Article 17 of the Constitution to take it upon yourself, and also under Article 39, to take it upon yourself to ensure that we really save what is remaining. We have the mandate, we have the powers, we have the knowledge, so let's act. On the impacts of implementation and enforcement of the many laws and regulations, this, I would comfortably speak to that. We cannot have an enforcement problem. We cannot have implementation problem. Why? When we are formulating these laws, like we're going to start in the afternoon, we usually have what we call the first parliamentary council. When you're coming up with any law, any regulation, they are the ones who do the checklists. they are the ones who come and actually see and give us a note that there's no duplication of laws, of the mandates and the responsibilities. So I can confidently tell you that we have good laws, by the way, as a country. What we are lacking and what we actually expect everyone now to join hands with us is on the enforcement exercise, the enforcement bit. We have good laws. There's no question about that. Other countries have actually borrowed from us. Kenya came, instead of changing the K, for them they took NEMA. So we have NEMA Kenya, we have NEMA Uganda. Chigari came, for them they took our own law. Yes, when you look at the laws, the two laws, the three laws actually, it is only Tanzania that is a little bit cagey. But when you look at also the Chigari law, for them they were wise. They changed to REMA. So there is REMA in Rwanda, there is NEMA here. But all the good laws originate from here, in all sectors. Thank you for that, for spearheading that. I wanted to instill confidence because I saw people saying we have a lot of laws. How are we going to coordinate the enforcement bit, the implementation bit? Let us join hands and work with whatever is available. Then also there was a question on the hilly and mountainous areas regulation. Doreen cross-check with Mr. Francis Ogwal is one of the oldest team. I was telling Nanura that in the room, me and him might be one of the oldest. Yes. So joined by Ogwal, Doreen kindly asked Mr. Ogwal, he's a senior manager, whether that regulation falls under his programs. Some of these regulations are funded by other projects. So I had heard that it is one of them. But Mr. Wachika, before you joined in, I said we have a lot of officers now as NEMA. We managed to do a lot of work at the time when we were coming up with the National Environment Act. Why? Because we had the Norwegian funding. The NORAD, yes. So we had to now pass the law, the act, and our major responsibility was to align the rest of the regulations. And so far we have aligned a lot of regulations, as you saw in this presentation. A lot of them were done under NORAD. A lot of them were done under the NEF. Now we no longer have any of those. So we have now we have to formulate and draft laws in accordance with what we received from the Consolidated Fund, which is actually meager. But if we had enough of the funds, we would be churning out a lot of work like we previously did. So I really strongly call upon Emily that we still have a lot of work to do. Mr. ED, these people have requested that they want to have hard copies of the NIA. And I've also clarified that that is something that NEMA and MD can collaborate on and ensure that they all have these hard copies as points of references. I might be in between your lunch and your health break. Allow me to stop here.
Thank you very much, Manager Eunice. Thank you, James. Thank you, Doreen and others. I see your hand up. It can't wait.
I did what I was six.
You were.
Eunice, I'm one of the old ones that you had.
You should apologize.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that clarification and the elaboration. Now, I would like to just find out about the gazettement for the officers in the lead agencies, like, MDS. How has that been? Are they also within the gazette? Or? Yes.
Yes, the gazettement, is big. It is big, it is a big document, and it has everyone in all lead agencies. And like I've said, we don't gazetted places. I will be the acting outcome can find for those in case you find yourself at NEMA, you can support from our office. But I've requested Doreen before that entire document is emailed, because it is valid, it is paid, because we had to touch all the relevant details. They must have not implemented any of its mandate without the regulations. So it is valid, it is paid, and it's was and
Thank you very much. I think too much information needs to be collapsed, isn't it? I don't know whether James and Doreen, there is a way you can contact colleagues and they bring us some of these documents. Here tomorrow, yes, people are here. I remember you had promised us a compendium of the environmental laws and the its regulation. It goes that out, but that will be for another law. But at least if we can have for the people who are here, as we see how we can pattern up to print those the other ones, the way we have printed the national climate change regulation, the climate change mechanisms regulation. So we will look into that. And thank you. I know it's coming to 2. Can we agree, colleagues, because we are going into now the gist, to be back at least by 2:30? And as you are getting out, colleagues from up country, that is Mutoma, Luwera, and Assessor, can you confirm with us your names and mobile numbers? We always delay these refunds because once one of you puts a name which is not tallying, that back and forth delays the whole bunch. So as you're eating, please make sure the number you have given us is in the names you have registered. If it's not, then we first need to put you aside to leave others go through the system. So thank you very much. Bon appetit, 2:30. Okay? It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah.
from lunch. It seems the lunch here is really light and healthy, because looking at the faces, everyone is present, they are calm, no one is under the weight of lunch. We are going to have a good afternoon. Amen.
Got it.
Yeah. As you can see on our program, we have 3 other sessions that are going to be handling the regulations. So for this session, we are just going to go through it from top to bottom. That's what we are doing this afternoon, to see what is in the regulation right now. We are not going to have a plenary. We shall speak on the go for each clause. If you have a comment or a question, you make it. We go to the next. It's basically for you to understand what we have in the draft. The 0 draft was in Banana. This is a first draft. But we can go to as many as 4, even 5 drafts. After this meeting, we shall incorporate what we are getting here and get a second draft. And then at subsequent meetings until we have a draft that is agreed upon with everyone. So that's what we are going to do in the next 1 hour, and we break for the day. So that tomorrow we shall now sit in groups to make specific comments or input into the regulation. You can make your proposals in either general terms or specific clauses that you think would help to make this workable. As you heard in the morning, sometimes people lock themselves in rooms in Kampala, come up with a regulation when they have never been employees of a district, and situation on the ground becomes a bit different when implementation starts. So we want you as stakeholders that know how the context in which this regulation is going to be implemented, you share what is workable. Nothing is written on stone except for what is in section 27 of the Act. Everything in this regulation can change. So it's with that mindset that we should approach it. Except what is in the Act. If you have a copy of the Act, you should look at section. Doreen, give me your copy if you mind. That can be a starting point before we go to the specifics. Yeah, so that's the preamble from me. Do we have any question or comment this stage? So, the National Environment Act, Cap 181, Section 27, provides for district environment and natural resource committees. Subsection 1, every district shall establish a district environment and natural resource committee, which shall comprise A, the district chairperson, B, the members of parliament from the district, C, the resident district commissioner, D, the secretary for environment, E, the district natural resource officer, who shall be the secretary, F, the chief administrative officer, G, the district engineer, H, the town clerk, and because it's a district level, the discussion around town clerk becomes subjective, because for a place like Kasese or any other urban authority, town clerks are many. That's detail that we shall eventually look into. Then the mayor, town clerk, and secretary responsible for environment at urban councils, district planner, physical planning officer, and community development officer. Subsection 2, the members of the committee shall elect
from among themselves a chairperson and vice chairperson of the committee. The secretary is already prescribed, as you heard above, as the natural resource officer. Then subsection 3, the minister shall by statutory instrument prescribe procedures of district environment and natural resource committees. That's 3. And the last subsection. So what we are doing is we are helping the minister to come up with these regulations. So after we've developed what we are doing, we shall send it to the ministry, and the ministry shall work with the minister and have it sent to Solicitor General, First Parliamentary Council. Basically, we are getting a draft that the ministry will use to fulfill its mandate under this section 27.3 that provides that the minister shall prescribe the details. So, other than these things, whatever we have in that draft before you is part of trying to describe how committees should work. Are we together now? Yes. So, to the document, we put the document together with 5 parts. The first one relates to the general provisions, how the regulation will be cited, how it applies, the purpose of the regulation and interpretation. Then the second one, establishment of the committees. The third, the structure of the committee, composition, appointment, tenure of office, removal from office, and so on. The fourth one, meetings of the committee. What happens when the committee meets? The fifth one are miscellaneous provisions. And under miscellaneous provisions, anything that we think needs to be detailed can be added. That's a part of the regulation that you as stakeholders involved at district level can share and say maybe beyond what we see provided for, there is also this matter that concerns the committees. For example, in the morning I had the thin line between sectoral committees and these technical committees. We can provide something under miscellaneous provisions and say, this is how it would work with the sectoral committee, something like that. So after that, we shall have schedules and any forms that are required to be used. So part 1, if you can keep scrolling as we go along, but we all have copies. Does everyone have? Yeah, whoever doesn't have, there are copies. Who else doesn't have? Yes, there are more copies at the back. Yes, so the title, that's a citation, maybe to start with. Under the regulation is read under section 27 of the Act, Act 181. In exercise of the powers conferred upon the minister responsible for environment by section 27 of the National Environment Act, Act 181, these regulations are made this. That's why we shall be dating the regulations. Regulation 1, citation. These regulations shall be cited as the National Environment, brackets, District Environment and Natural Resource Committee regulations, and they'll be given a number and the year which they've been made. We pray that that can be done before the end of this financial year. We can't promise end of calendar year. Sorry. We are commenting on the go.
And
Citation.
yes, it should be shall. We can use shall, make it mandatory. Doreen, I hope you have a copy. You can follow. And also, Emily is helping with some notes. Last time we had a rapporteur. You can keep it in whatever we need. So, under regulation 1, we are going to use these regulations shall be cited as. Any comment beyond that? On regulation 1, it is citation. If there is none, we can go to the second one. The regulations shall apply to the procedure and operation of all district environment and natural resource committees. The purpose of the regulations. The purpose of these regulations is to prescribe the procedure of the district environment and natural resource committees in accordance with section 27 of the Act. And under interpretation, we have, yes?
Application of procedure and operations. Whereas purpose of the procedure. In this case, whether when we refer to the purpose, we only talk about procedure and we are omitting the aspect of operations, or what would the operations in this case imply, and what does it mean if not mentioned in the purpose?
Yes, yeah.
Because the application is talking of procedure and operation. But when we are coming to the purpose, we're only talking about the procedure. What would we have implemented when we only limit ourselves to that?
The purpose is more about the objective. Why is the regulation being made? What is the motive for making the regulation? Which is prescribing the procedure in line with section 27(3) of the Act. Because the regulations have to detail what we could put in the Act. But under 2, application, this has to do with the scope. The scope of the regulation.
Maybe we could maybe understand further. In this case, what could be the procedures we are referring to, and what could be the operations, such that when we unpack them, then we would be comfortable to talk about that purpose. I mean, yeah, the purpose, talking about procedures only without the aspect of operations.
The subsequent provisions are the ones which provide for what procedure we are looking at. How they are proposed, how the meetings are held, that is procedure. Operations, on the other hand, I don't know if I'm creating the distinction, but procedure is more about the steps to be followed when the committee is doing its activities are being constituted. And operations are about the actual activities of the committee. Yes, please. So,
that we are guiding
Exactly what you said, the procedure and then the actual action.
Yes.
So on the purpose, are we saying we are intending only a guide, but not encourage or give force to the actions? Whereas, for example, when you say the composition, there must be a DNR district chairman. Then how about the real, that is on the committee? How about when they are conducting a meeting, which I would call the action they do? So why not have both? That even after guiding and the committees in place, guide the actions also by including the operations. Yes.
I think that's a very valuable observation. So what do other members need? Our position was formed by trying to limit it to what section 2073 provides, but I get where, and the purpose, the scope seems to, we seem to be limiting it by leaving out operations.
The recommends can further discuss so to get the implication. The aspect of the now, one is left out, what will be implied in the subsequent sections.
So thank you for the explanation. So we can highlight that as something to add or leave out cautious and regulation. Have you noted? Yeah, regulation adding operations beyond procedure. Regulation 4 is interpretation, and this is going to extend to all the terms or phrases we use in the regulation and the interpretation of the same. We define act, authority, clerk, and as I mentioned, when I read the act, clerk means the clerk to council or any other person assigned by the chief administrative officer, town clerk, sub-county chief to act as a clerk. One is that level of executive, then the committee means a committee established under this act. Another term that we define district means a district those. Yes. On the committee. Yes. Why not initially?
Committee means a committee established by section 27. I'm wondering why not describe it as described in the act. Means the district environment and natural resource committee as established by section this and this.
In drafting, if something has already been mentioned and cross-reference, you don't need to use the full, it's not necessary to use the full tab because when you go to the section, you will find that detail.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. So for drafting purposes, once we provide you to where it's provided for, it means we are referring to what we were defining there. Any comment or question? What to district, because that one actually district was also discussed, I think quite a bit in the previous consultation. District means a district established under the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and shall also mean a city as by law established and Kampala Capital City Authority. Because the Act uses district environment and natural resource committee. But most cities, I don't like being called districts. Yeah, so by having this interpretation, that's how cities shall have the equivalent. So this law also applies to them. We will not have a special regulation for city environment committees. Then ex officio members means a member of the authority or committee who is part of it by virtue of holding another office. Such member does not form quorum and has no voting rights. Member means a member of the district environment and natural resource committee established under the regulation. Minister, this is as per the act, minister responsible for environment. Yes. What's the function? District, where do you classify municipalities? Yes, these committees are established at district level, and municipalities are under districts. Unlike cities that have the same status as districts, municipalities do not have the same status as districts. So the committee that is established at district level handles the municipalities that are within the district.
But there is a contradiction there. The act recognizes a municipality as a higher level, just like a district. And it is somewhere say a lot of autonomy in the municipal several district. Although it is also clear that there are committees like the district land boards that handle even the work in the municipalities. But now you may see from the composition, maybe because there's provision for town clerks that will have representation on the committee. Otherwise, maybe we can leave it as that to have the municipalities as part of the districts.
Yes, the issue of municipalities having the status of higher local governments is of fiscal responsibility, but administratively they are under the district. But in terms of fiscal responsibility, they account, they generate revenue, they do so many things, but they still remain the LC5 of the district still governs the municipality, unlike the mayors of the cities who are not under LC5s. So administratively, they are local governments, but in terms of fiscal responsibility, they are given a higher status. Yeah, so they are under a district.
I wanted to bring something, not necessarily this.
Municipalities are not under districts. They are local governments. Municipalities are actually under districts administratively, even the ministry, even the act, everything. It's only for fiscal responsibility where they account. But other than that, administratively, that's why even a mayor of the municipality is an LC3 mayor, LC3 chairperson. Yeah. He's not a mayor actually, for lack of a better word. They are LC3 chairpersons of the municipality. Yeah. Just like the sub-county, they have the same status administrative. But for financial reasons, budgeting and planning, yeah. So for the polygon line, that is a clarification. Anyway, we have local government representatives, so you can hear a voice. You don't want to speak.
Yes, a municipality is known as a lower in that category, under a district. So not a bit about that.
The other example would be, since we're in the election period, the district chairman is elected for by the traditional district we are talking about and the municipality. So what would that imply if we were to use that example?
Municipalities are under the district.
Yeah, so there is consensus that lower local governments.
I was bringing something.
Yes.
We do observe a gap in that section that as opposed to the 1995 Act, now the local environment committees were appointed. I don't know, would we have the liberty to constitute them within this regulation that may be as part of the guidance that there will be those lower local level committees that will be feeding into the district committee? Because they seem to have been relevant, but in the current arrangement that they do not exist. Do we have that window? We must have first review the act and provide for them.
My view is that in the miscellaneous provisions, we may provide for the committees establishing either subcommittees or committees at lower local government that can feed into the work that the district committee is doing. That's information. That's a provision we can include. If we think a district is too much for the committee to handle, and maybe propose that other committees can have maybe subcommittees that at that level can deliberate and feed the district committee.
Because at least a sub-county or town council is a clearly defined administrative unit, which actually would even be proper if we had a committee on environment feeding into the district committee.
Yeah, I'd like to add something. I think this would have been an oversight during the review that we just overlooked it and just opted for that. But from what I'm seeing, this environment management is being overtaken by events. There are many more committees that are being established that are actually covering, overshadowing environment management. I'll take a case of catchment management committee. This is something we are fronting from our own ministry. But when you look at it, it's actually handling all issues of environment, and it's from district at all levels. And these are already anchored within the law, yeah, or the law that is being reviewed. So my view is that if we don't take care of this at this point, in the future, we may not have most of the things on environment surfacing. Now we are having strategic environment assessments, but how many are done? Yeah. So many issues to do with the environment are actually losing value from what I'm seeing, and in the future, I'm afraid they may cease to exist. Yeah, so if there is any way we can really just revitalize them within, they would work. When you go to the refugees settings where there are refugees, they will have welfare committees and what, and they will say this handles the environment, but how much of the environment does it handle? Yeah. Then, of course, the previous redress committees are part and parcel, but it will just be mingled within. Before we know, we've lost value. Thank you.
That's something that had serious provisions to provide for lower local governments subcommittees. What I wanted to explain in the policy committee on environment, which is a cabinet subcommittee, we have a technical working group of the committee, which comprises of staff from the agencies that are from the ministries that are on the committee. So even when the act does not expressly provide for technical working group, administrative, that working group is the one that does the heavy lifting so that the political heads who are ministers, they can't start drafting zero drafts of documents or policies. We'll have to have a team that does the fine tuning. So it's the same at district level. The policy committee on environment, district level, district natural resource committee. But it does not replace those other entities or committees or task teams that are doing work on environment. It's a high level, as you can see, a committee that is comprised of the chairperson, MPs, the RDC. It's too busy to do the real running up and down. You would have the inspect, even if you have to take people for an inspection, you will require 30 million or 50 million for each, for just one inspection. So eventually you would require either a technical working group or committees at in the sub-county or municipal level that now feed to this committee, so that after you receive what you are doing, they bring it up. Otherwise, you can't. This is a very big, and in the past, when we were actually emerged, because of the meager budgets of the natural resource department, convening a meeting of these people and consume the annual budget. One meeting and consume the budget. How much do you get per year? We have been getting 22. Now we can get.
Take an example of Vitova. Why do you have been what invite the deputy speakers? I don't understand.
Exactly.
But I have a lot of observations. I have another observation.
However much we are taking this lightly, seeing a challenge. If you look on the composition, these officers exist in the municipalities, and the way we work, the district is, take an example, we have a district and the municipality within. The district does not supervise the municipality. Now I'm imagining, if you look on the functions of this committee, they have a lot to do. They have a lot to prepare, and you should be having information, the preparation. Take an example of the district environment action plans. So if you come to the opposition, these people should be from the municipality. Take an example of the district natural resources office in town. I have a municipality, but I don't know what is going on in the municipality. I have the district engineer of the district. He doesn't know what the municipal engineer is doing. So to me,
I beg to cut you short. As we discussed in responding to that question, districts supervise municipalities. A municipality is a big sub-county in your district.
That is what is around. Their own budget and it's made.
But when you're preparing a district state of the environment report, do you crop the municipality out? So when you're preparing an action plan, do you crop them out? So we need to, I think these are operational challenges that have been entrenched in the way work is done, and municipalities think they are districts. But that's not the case. The district engineer can summon the engineer of the municipality. For his, actually he's supposed to periodically report what he's doing. You can't say a sub-county chief cannot be summoned by the cow because he is head of the sub-county. Because a town clerk is a sub-county chief of a municipality. Right? Jimmy, you had a comment?
I had a comment to make. I don't know what the legislator's intention was at the time of coming up with the section you read that now. Yes. Because now, adding on what he says, it would be very hard to get quorum for this committee. And then number two, unless you're telling us that this committee is going to do more of an oversight role than actually technical work. Because even if you notice, while it talks about the natural resources officer, yes, I would also expect someone at least to the environment officer part of the team. But now we are talking about a provision that is already in the act.
If I can for us the equivalent provision that relates to the policy committee on environment. That's when we shall get the approaches. You search for the act and also share because we don't have copies. So that's yes, we can get the soft copy and project section. Six. So, Section 6 of the Act provides for the Policy Committee on Environment. I'm responding to your query, your inquiry.
Christian, you have it.
There shall be a Policy Committee on Environment responsible for strategic policy guidance on environment in Uganda. Two, the policy committee shall consist of the Prime Minister, who shall be the chairperson, the Minister responsible for water, the Minister responsible for agriculture, finance, education, health, land, local government, gender, tourism, trade, works, energy, internal affairs, defense, information, and communication. The functions of the committee shall include the functions are stated. And they provide that in full, the chairperson of the board and the executive director of the authority shall attend the meetings of the committee on environment by virtue of their offices and not entitled to vote at any before the committee. And the executive director of NEMA is the secretary. This doesn't mention the technical working group, because these ministers will not draft a policy memo. So each of the ministries, administratively, in terms of making it operational, NEMA as the secretariat requests each of the ministries to nominate an officer who sits on the technical committee that meets every quarter to prepare business. After they've fine-tuned everything, then the NEMA ED as secretary of the committee convenes the committee, the ministers now, to present the advanced document that the technical officers have come up with. So it's not that the Prime Minister is the one who's going to bring the team together. And it's in that context that I want us to look at these committees. So as a secretary, the DNRO can co-opt the environment officer, other people, but they know they are forming a secretariat. They are not becoming members of the committee. But they do the technical work, and through the DNRO, whatever they've come up with is taken to the committee. No. We can provide for it, having a technical working group.
Now, that sound that also use power to some do something that it's now
This committee is supposed to receive what the the technical officers have done. Who is secretary, who comes up with the agenda, works with the elected chairperson, they convene a date and meet, and then they present what technical officers have done. So you cannot do that under miscellaneous provisions. We've already put something on some lower local government subcommittees, and also now technical working group of the committee.
Excuse me. Well, to me, I think there will be some ambiguity. For instance, when you look at some, for the case of Wakiso, when you look at the composition, for instance, the mayors of the municipalities, they are 4.
27.
Then
27 section.
MPs, they are 9.
Scroll down.
Okay. So it will be very hard to get the members of this committee. How will you now get the mayors from the municipalities, then the RDCs? Because yeah, you say RDCs, not RDC. When you come to Wakiso, we have 6 RDCs. So how will you now get the members?
The provision on quorum come across. So if that's a challenge, we can quorum can this meeting is agreeing on how to make the committee operation. So we can dictate that for quorum, if any of the RDCs or MPs are represented, something like that, we can define what quorum means that is achievable as opposed to leaving it ambiguous. You get?
Then how about if all of them turn up?
Then that's the full house.
But of course comes now the budget. Now the budget.
Invite a meeting that has members. It's up to you to make sure it.
No, we should really we should be considerate some districts which are, for instance, when you look at
for the case of finance,
yes,
we may provide that each of the members of the committee shall bear the cost of participating.
We need to look into that.
Because as we the finances are going to be an issue.
I'm sure they've been an issue since committees, they have some which are but the
So how do we address it?
Yeah, I just want to add salt to the injury. Yeah, sorry.
You want to add salt to the
Yeah. Composition. Can we add the agriculture officer to that?
You can't amend the law.
The composition is provided. Yes, it's a message. Yeah, but we write them for consideration. When we are putting in provisions for amendment, we include additions of but no. Yes.
Thank you. Still on the composition, because when you look at the district chairperson, again you bring in the secretary. So these are issues that you will see you are confusing. When the district chairperson is not around, normally delegates the secretary. So when you bring the district chairperson and the secretary, it builds understanding. Then the issue of the MPs, who have had these issues, the MPs will not be available most of the time. And the numbers, it's still like he said, so also have so many MPs in Kasese. I don't know. And many RDCs. So those are issues. So this thing will not function if we want it to work. Otherwise.
No, that's where quorum comes. As part of the regulations, we are trying to keep it in Parliament, not have. Parliament needs to have the information coming from right now.
So let's use our knowledge to see how to make what Parliament came up with work. Are we together? Yes. And this is a very healthy debate because Parliament didn't have this information. Now that we have it, how to make it work.
Yeah, I was actually speaking to exactly that. What we are able to do in this room is to put provisions in the regulation to reinforce the act. We don't have powers to begin discussing, remove sector for production, add agriculture, and what in the act. So unless we state that we first review the act, then we come back to the regulation. But for now, we are reinforcing what is in the act as is. We do appreciate that section was, but I don't want to get there. But the way it was framed, it's not practical. And like we are already saying that if we can put in provision for a technical committee, which we know can work, then that would be one of the options we can have. Otherwise, when we get into a discussion of saying, but we have so many other DCs or what, we can't do much on what is in the act at the moment because we are working on the regulation for the act.
Just to see how more. And also maybe if we may begin. The regulations covering section 27 and what?
Only 20%.
Only?
Yes.
They don't include the functions.
Okay. Functions for us to cover.
Okay, now, when we were looking at the Climate Change Act, there is a section on composition of NAC where every ministry wanted them. And for us, what we did, we only took those ones we see were most relevant. Then the others, we left it to the prerequisite of the minister. And we said that any other relevant field as may be determined. But for this part, because you know, it is the same committee which will serve matters of climate change. When I was looking at it, I was drawing a box between offices which follow with one individual and the offices which have numerous individuals. For example, you see there is a district chair. I don't think we have two chairpersons in the district. There is one. The CAO is one. So I had done a small sector of that. And then now I was looking at the power relations. What will be the role of each of these persons? And what I liked most, which you did in this law, you left them to decide on who is the chair. Meaning that after everyone has looked at his or her power relations, they can unanimously agree that I report to you, so I can't be your one. But you made sure that the secretary is the DNRO, which is very excellent. And for me, I think if that is the spirit we can continue to look at, the spirit of power relations within government structure, then we can now be able to see how we functionalize the part. So that is just the view. I don't know whether it is a proposal which can make us prepare. That here, the law did not tie on who is the boss of this committee. It has left it what? Now, you, the ones who are drafting now the regulation, since you know the power relations very well and the MPs by that time, then it's from there we can be able to frame the actual procedure. I don't know think that's a which can make us move. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. The committee, the act actually says that committee shall elect their chair. So from amongst them, at their first meeting, they are the ones who, if we can't prescribe who the chair should be in the regulation. Yeah. So now, I think our focus that addresses the questions that have been raised is how do we make these committees function based on the information we have about their workings, the issue of corruption and the issue of finances for the meetings. We can even prescribe if we think this budget, if budget is an issue, we can be specific that at every city, they shall get an allowance equivalent to the currency policy, which is 60,000. No, I'm trying to say we are trying to help the minister come up with something because in fact the ministry cannot start sending you money, additional money for these committees. So we have to work with the budget we have and know that if the committee is going to meet twice a year and its composition has maybe 15 or 30 people, how much can the DNR's budget spare for 2 meetings? Yeah. And then we put that aside so that it informs our decision on how they will be facilitated. On the issue of quorum, what is possible? Of the 6 members of parliament, for some districts, they include the deputy speaker or the speaker. You have to be open to receiving any 1 or 2 of them. These regulations can have a provision saying we shall have, as part of quorum, any 1 MP shall suffice, or any 4 office holders can suffice. It's all up to the minister at this point. There is a research document that is, I think, used in the report, where they set quorum at 2 people, and then 2 of them met, decided, and what they decided is binding, but it wasn't agreeable to other committee members. So the point is, when you're setting quorum, you have an open slate. Anything above 2 is quorum, can be quorum. So how much can we afford? What is achievable of all these officers? If we have any 5, if we have any 10, if we have all of them, what is quorum? So let's not look at the challenge we are dealing with. Let's focus on how we can overcome it. Do I make sense? Yes. We know the challenges we are dealing with, but how can we work within what we have to achieve something? Because the committees are with us, we can no longer take it. And maybe the last one, the regulations provide for ex officials. You can have the committee co-opt even an agriculture officer, an engineer, but they will not vote. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, we have seen that the Act is so clear about establishment. Understand these members are supposed to have appointment letters. Now, who sends these appointment letters? Is it the ED? Is it the cow? If it is the cow, then who sends down for the cow?
That's a good question.
Yes.
Provide for it. Who do we want to tell that?
Because most committees, even let's say the building control committee members must have appointment letters. Even for this committee, members are supposed to be having appointment letters. So if it is the ED, maybe there, but if it is the cow, then who signs for the cow? Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is on under composition. When you look at H, and you hinted it in the beginning, at it in the beginning, that the issue of town councils, where there are more than one municipals. They mentioned town clerk on H. On I, they again come back to mayor, town clerk. Then that is one. How do the two differ? Then the other issue is on K and I. Whereas on G, you specify and say the district engineer. You come to J and say district planner. On K and I, you don't specify whether, or they do not specify whether it's the fiscal planner of the district, and many of them what the municipality. When the community development. If it was the same from up, maybe we would say it's implied it's from the district. But here they mentioned district engineer, district planner, but here they don't specify. Thank you.
So the process of coming up with regulations, anything that the act is not clear on, as you can see that question, that's exactly what is written in the act. So anything that doesn't make sense, we make provision in the regulations so that we remove the ambiguity. So we can be specific that under proposition, the plan that referred to is the district plan. The CDO is the district development officer. Yeah, that's
maybe lastly, my comment on this issue that is already provided for in the Act. Whereas you said this is not time for maybe reviewing the Act, but I would request that our proposals and issues that we think will affect the regulations, even when we work on them, but they may not function. Taking an example of the finances, we have realized it's a major issue. And then some of the composition proposals that members have raised, we could have them aside as proposals from such a meeting, or maybe future consideration.
we are happy to have the other ministry in the house. Because the question will not.
Denrc has its problem. We don't want to continue wars we are going up. I think there is that good observation, James, about the nomenclature of KI. Actually, thank you for the ego I. I hadn't seen also that. Maybe, James, the question would start with, did this new law continue the old District Environment Act, or it just closed its eye off? Because you see, that preamble didn't come up, the old District Environmental Act. Because now in the new law, just talks about the composition. And now I'm trying to see how you are going to close your eyes and then you say K and the L, you are adding the word district. And also maybe you might tell us the implications on that, or it will be implied. Secondly, the issue of money. I was looking at this regulation which you have completed, and I see it touched various sections of the law. I still think that only talking about procedures, and yet from the experiences we have seen why these committees are suffering. And then we don't include section 29. Or we will be going beyond the mandate in the law. But I still have a feeling the way you aligned these provisions in this law, you had a reason why first you started with composition you went to functions, and then you went to the district environment and natural resource conditional grant. So I don't know whether in a way we can have a regulation which touches the three, or we think that the two sections after this are clear and elaborate. Lastly, about how do you ensure where we have many, how do they have, okay, how do you ensure representation? The suggestion I'm putting on the table. We have had an example of Wakiso, where they have 4 municipalities, Nansana, Kira, Machinde, and Entebbe. What if in the regulation, and I'm using the word what if, in the regulation, we say for these ones, they will be represented, like they can have it on a rotational basis, the way we see it in the UN engagements, where today you still have Africa group, but it is represented by East Africa. You still have Africa group, but it is represented by another region, such that we take care of that at the end of the day, these so many members, one time I will also be on that committee. So we make it like a rotational way in the regulation. The other option is the NPA option. NPA, has an expanded board. From the board which is enshrined in the NPA, in the National Planning Act, but they have this big board where they bring everyone who is opted. Now, that would be the worst for me. Because you see, some of them, you will end up only bringing people as spectators and have a few who work. So those are the two proposals I am bringing now. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. For the first question regarding whether we should add districts to I, J, and K, where they're not mentioning which office they're referring to, I highlighted that's 27.3. The minister shall by statutory instrument prescribe procedures of the district and district environment and natural resource committee. So whatever is provided for under section 27, the minister shall now write the detail through this regulation, which is the instrument being referred to. So additional information can be brought by clarifying that we mean the district plan. We are not introducing a district plan. We are just explaining what 27.1J or K is saying. You get?
I get you. So you're saying we put that in the interpretation?
In the regulation, since it's not clear, the regulation can have under composition, we put the composition as is, and under the other clause, we provide that for purposes of this regulation, all the officers referred to in the regulation 1, maybe regulation, I think it's 6 that has composition. Regulation 6(1) above shall be the district officers at that rank, not a division or municipality. Something like that. That's detail that the minister can add. Then I just wanted to first wrap up the 3 questions he asked, and then address the one that came online. We proceed. Regulations to cover more provisions than just section 27. This 27.3 specifically says a statutory instrument shall be made
to prescribe information on section 27. So what we are doing, unless we are going to expand to include other sections, but this one is limited to this. We have, I think it's section 179 that provides for the minister may make regulations. There is a general provision. Yeah, section 179. 1. The minister may, in consultation with the authority, make regulations prescribing all matters that are required or permitted by the Act to be prescribed, or which are necessary or convenient to be prescribed for giving full effect to the Act. So even provisions, if you're interested in a regulation, if you think section 29, for example, is not detailed enough, then a regulation can be made under section 179. But for these ones, where specifically the Act requires a regulation, that regulation is done for that section. Do you get the distinction?
Yes.
Yeah, so this one has to be limited to natural resource committees, and if there is another element of the Act you think we need regulations for, we can handle it in a separate regulation and an aspect. Yeah. So that's yeah. I presume the regulations also provide for the establishment of EDNRO or DENRO committees, like at municipal level, sub-county level, and parish. That's a conversation we've already had, that in the miscellaneous provisions, we can just like establishing a technical committee or technical working group. We can also provide for parish and sub-county level, or maybe we limit it to sub-county and municipality. Yeah. So there was a question here. It's been kind of. Thank you. This conversation we are having this afternoon, as I mentioned, is preparing us for what we are going to do tomorrow. So we are really reading the regulation from top to bottom together, so that tomorrow you can work in groups and come up with your comments. So some of the conversations, much as we have a rapporteur, you can capture it, put a note on your copy, so that tomorrow during your group, when you get to that provision, you can capture that comment or that. Let's not leave the information we are collecting to the rapporteur and the team from NEMA, but we are all now going to use this conversation to generate comments tomorrow. In the interest of time, we can go to Regulation 5, which provides for district, environment, and natural resource committee. There shall be established a committee. That's what that part was limited to.
Maybe so to take you back here, whether I received the call asking me on how these two roads should be closely practiced. The National Climate Change Environment Act, where you are interpreting as the minister here, the only limit the minister of environment. Here, the minister interpreted as the minister responsible for climate change. Minister means minister responsible for climate change matter. Remember, is the structure also. So how do we balance it? Can we say and
the interpretation section of a statute is like a key on a map. If I draw my map, I can put that 1 centimeter is equal to 300 kilometers. You can draw your map and say 1 centimeter is equal to 5,000 kilometers. So that when we are reading your map, every 1 centimeter, and when you're reading my map, every 1 centimeter, yes. So you cannot standardize and say on Mr. Machika's map and on Mr. James's map, or Hino's map, the key should be the same. Yeah, so that's why you find they can have different interpretation, but it's subject to the context of the law that you're reading. It can even mean the same thing, but have different words in different statutes. Yeah, so it's all okay, because currently in Uganda, climate is under Ministry for Water and Environment. So if at some point it becomes very prominent and we have a minister for climate change, then the same law will not change, but you will go to a different person. Yeah. That's what. It's a minister responsible for. Yes. It's a minister responsible for everything, but the fact of the service. Yes, I'm going to move for another ministry.
Thank you. In addition to what you have said, I think with time, it can even have full regulations. That one of climate change.
Yes, it has. My comment was just on the interpretation, whether we should always solely focus on limiting when the minister interpreted under the Environment Act, or to cross reference the way it was also what's interpreted in the climate change. I'll say, since every law has its own scale, what matters is how this person continues to serve. So if you're still the minister responsible for environment, you're still the same minister responsible for climate matters, fine. And I'm saying it's okay because we have to be different scales. The only maybe Lacuna also I have skill games. Here we go ahead and recognize the sub-national committees. The Environment Act, but then it includes the district. So
we can use the wording from the Climate Change Act in the regulations. Yeah, so that's something that go and use the regulations, because here the minister is trying to operationalize the section. So if it has limitation, this is the time to press whatever information can apply to make it and like I said, tomorrow, when we are in our group, that is information that we should draft and propose for addition. Any other? If there's none, we can continue. Regulation 6, composition. This is exactly as stated. Regulation 6.1 is every district. Yes. Yes, we've made comments on that. And then 2 provides for the committee may co-opt a technical person to assist the committee in execution of its function. That's where the ones who are not provided for. Or even the regulation can propose standing members to become ex officios. If you think there are certain members that need to be of ex officio. Then appointment and take of office. Upon formal appointment of the committee, each member shall take oath and subscribe in a manner prescribed by law. The oath of allegiance as specified in the schedule of this regulation. where we promote the appointing authority, where the letter shall come from. The minister, the authority, or the district chief administrative officer. Then 2, election of the chairperson and vice chairperson. The members of the committee shall elect among themselves a chairperson and a vice chairperson. The election shall be held at the first meeting of the committee or as soon as practicable thereafter. The chairperson and the vice chairperson shall be elected by a simple majority vote of the committee. The chairperson and vice chairperson of the committee shall take oath of the office. The vice chairperson shall assume the duties of the chairperson in his or her absence or inability to act. The district leadership, in collaboration with the authority, shall assist in the formation and establishment of offices for the committee to facilitate the effective execution of their duties. Yes. 3. There are 2 3s. There is a numbering issue here. The first 3 or the second? The second 3 is trying to provide for who shall support the convening to constitute this meeting. Because the first meeting, we have the witness coordination division, and it's the one that is involved in the work with agencies, and then the district leadership, the local government. That's through the office of the cow. So that second thing, which should be 6, relates to the district or office of the cow in conjunction with NEMA shall support the convening to constitute the committee. Is that they need to make it clearer, better wording? Tenure of office. The chairperson and the vice chairperson shall hold office for a term of 3 years. He or she may be eligible for reappointment or re-election for 1 further term. A member of the committee appointed by virtue of his or her office shall serve as a member of the committee when he or she holds the office. You have our inspectors of change. You become an inspector by virtue of being a DNR report, and then you get another job with UNDP, but you still want to serve as an inspector. So the moment you lose the office that brought you to the committee, you lose your seat. The one who holds the office becomes the member. Removal from office. A member of the committee, including the chairperson, will be removed from office by the elected members of the committee by a resolution supported by 2/3 of the members. A member of the committee may be removed from office by a resolution of the committee supported by not less than 2/3 of the members of the committee on any of the following grounds: abuse of office, incompetence, failure to attend, misconduct, failure to perform duties, such physical or mental incapacity, failure to declare conflict of interest. A member of the committee may vacate office upon resignation, ceasing to hold the office they hold. And 4, where a member ceases to be a member of the committee under Subregulation 1 and 2, the secretary of the committee shall notify the minister in writing within 7 days. We want this to go to the minister or to the authority. Yes.
Let's say it's right to example. What?
the issue of the appointing authority.
Just want to know where the discussion ended.
The proposal on the appointing authority, the one to sign the appointing, the letter. That is something that we can receive tomorrow in the paper, but say the minister or the executive director, given that the cow is already a member, so they can appoint themselves and support it out. Yeah. Secretariat of the committee, the secretariat, yes.
Tenure of office. The chairperson and the vice chair hold office for a term of 3 years. And when you look at most of these sectoral committees, their term is for 5 years. So compared to this one, I'm seeing some differences. So we should also, I think we should also look into this on the tenure of office. Yeah.
Thank you. I think if possible, we make 2.5 years. Okay. 4 5 instead of 3, so that somebody, if somebody is elected for 5 years, can serve either half or the whole of it instead of 3. Otherwise, the committee is elect the chairperson, he serves for 3 years, then they extend it for 3 years, they knock him out, he disappears after 2 years. That's the observation.
And the other thing, why re-election?
So in line with his, and that's a good observation. The political term is 5 years as of now. This is if you combine the 2 terms, if someone is lucky or eligible to serve 2 here, it would mean they live 6 years. But for the last year, probably they are no longer MP, or the sectoral committee chairperson or the chairman, it'll see 5. So what happens?
So for this, for the purpose of that, we are not certain that their term will be aligned with the term of the elections. So we have, if I'm going to do it in May next year, but the committee will come next 2027. If you try to say 5 years, means their term of office ends, especially the elected ones, when they still have a task to serve. That's why having a period that is talking about term gives us an opportunity for most likely someone serving as chair to be their team. So if they are still around, they can get an election. But if they leave, then whoever holds the office replaces them, because the regulation has offices of it. That's fine. Yes, even the car when they get transferred, and we've seen these cases where, for example, the committee, the ministry, water and environment is chair. If they have a new representative from the ministry, that representative is told you're the chair. It can be a new face, but it contains holding forward because it's their agency in the position that holds. Yeah. So for me, I think 5 or 3 years will not be. If there is none, we can go to the next one.
Nice. Talk about the kinds of members we have served in these committees. Now, like 92C, my friend referred to districts like ours with the deputy speaker and he misses 3 times without notice. So how do you constitute or use C against them?
But this means if you have to evoke, they can be missing. If you have no problem, if you understand why they're missing, you don't evoke the problem. You get what I mean? It's not default setting that the moment you miss, automatically the process of removing you gets initiated. Don't happen. But some
what happens at our district. These are the MPs, members of the broadband committee. They normally send their PAs to represent them on that committee. The same thing going to be under this.
For purposes of this committee, you cannot delegate to a PA. The delegation may be based on the office. If a chairperson delegates to a vice chairperson, that's okay. But delegating to the organizer that campaigned for him, that doesn't work. Because the representation of the committee is for the office. So whoever you delegate to should have the credentials to serve in that office. Yes. If they can't be present, then they're not present. Yeah, and that's what they do. That just you don't have to condone it. Yeah, it's because you've allowed it to happen. But for me, I'm a secretary in some spaces and in the meetings I hold, those people don't even have to be privy to the information that is discussed at this level. Do you know that those people can abuse the information? This is very sensitive information that is supposed to be received by people that have taken oath. Yeah, so sometimes we take things lightly and you find you're discussing, for example, environment, you're going to demolish a factory. You're going to evict communities. You're still in very formative stages. You have 6 months to eat. And then you sit in a meeting and it's you, James Muhindo, who is pushing for it. That information is supposed to be classified. If it leaks, the community can target you at a personal level. So bringing in someone's mobilizer because they are friends, they don't know what it means to the responsibility that comes with knowing certain information. Yeah, so it may be happening, but it's bad practice and it's actually very dangerous given the information that is discussed in those spaces. Yeah. So they are not supposed to be in the meeting, actually. Even when you're meeting, if they come into, for example, we've had board meetings where there is no, even the people who are serving did come in, first wait for them to serve, they step out and then you continue the business. So where the MP, your MP who is a speaker, is talking national issues of national importance, you cannot have a PA, not that PAs are any less of human beings. No, that's a problem. Yeah, so we need to face some of those challenges. They are not, we don't have to even provide for them. There's a provision on delegation. which has not been populated in the miscellaneous provisions. So we can state how to delegate. Yes, I'm going to delegate to give Do we continue? The Secretariat is the District Natural Resource Office.
Thank you very much. My concern is you have decided that the MP should also be a member, and we have seen that he should also get the appointment letter. And in some counties, we are having those MPs. I don't know how I can say it. They are very low. The time when you receive the information is not the member, because he has refusing to attend the meeting. Now, for us as a young civil technical staff, we may not even end up in the district. And I was suggesting to me, at least a lady, MP who is a lady, should be there, at least the chairperson, but not those men.
Yes, when you draft legislation, one of the considerations is never rely on office holders or individuals. You make a law based on what you want to achieve and not individuals holding certain offices. Because you may get maybe the next MP may be a female MP, may be a woman like Stella Nyanzi. Shall we come back and say now the woman is staff? Let's put a man. So some considerations that are subjective are not good for us to consider when we are making regulations.
I have a proposal. Just taking us back a bit on 9, is it? That's for 9 or what? Removal from office, and number 4 is a clause 4, where a member ceases to be a member of the committee under sub-regulations 1 and 2, the secretary to the committee shall notify the minister in writing. So we had requests on, to propose who the appointing authority should be. And by looking at this, I'm thinking that probably the minister could be the person to appoint. Yeah, so that's why when one leaves office, is notified immediately. Thank you.
So that's the proposal on the appointing authority. Yeah, you can propose to have the minister that authority so that you can notify comes there. To need someone that is specific. Yeah, regulation. Yeah, but I implore all of us to note these comments we are making, because they will be received better when we put them in our proposals of amendments or changes in the group of law. 11, duties of the secretary. The secretary shall be responsible for preparing and circulating meeting agenda, minutes, and documents, maintaining accurate records and files of the committee, providing administrative support to the chairperson and vice chairperson, coordinating communication among committee members. Secretary shall attend all committee meetings, take minutes, and ensure their accuracy and distribution. Secretary shall also include such other staff or support personnel as the committee may deem necessary for its function. the committee shall ensure that the secretariat has adequate resources and support to perform its duties. Now that the committee has the chairperson and the chief administrative officer, by making this provision, you're already lining up the district natural resource office, the district natural resource office to be given the funds for this purpose. The committee shall ensure that any other duties as may be reasonably required to support the committee's objectives and smooth operations. Functions of the committee. The functions of the District Environment and Natural Resource Committee are to coordinate activities of urban or district council relating to management of the environment, prepare district environment action plan, ensure the environment concerns are integrated in all plans and projects approved by the urban district council, prepare district state of environment report, assist in the formulation and enforcement of ordinances and bylaws relating to the management of the environment, monitor all activities within local jurisdiction, promote the dissemination of information about the environment, coordinate with the authority on all issues relating to environment management, coordinate the activities of Environment and Natural Resources Committee in the management of the environment. I is for reading and not in English. To carry out such other functions as may be prescribed by the urban authority or district council.
District environment action, district environment action plans, and then district state of environment report. These are very technical aspects that maybe the committee should approve, but not prepare. Otherwise, this would imply that these members will be going into the action planning process and the preparation of the state of environment reports.
Let me just go to my neighbor. First, council, I had said the regulation needs to cover beyond the section 27. And now the functions you have just spelled are that one. They are section 28. So that means you need to expand that coverage of the regulation. Also include that. Now, the second is the fear, my boss. The committee may, because it is going to be regulating how it works, it might be at liberty to contract you. For example, we told and said, but you can't come, want you to write for us a statement. So I'm not appearing among them, they are contracting. Why am I saying so? Is that committees now the terminology they regulate their activity. They are free to do what they do within their laws. Limiting them on the approval has been redundant. The same thing we got in the NAC. When some members were saying we should stop limiting committees being only doing small tax or up. For the NAC, it's what is technical opinion on climate change. So for me, my concern council is now needed to include that the regulation also covers section 28. And the section 28 now is coming to the part I'm interested in, part 2, section 28. Oh,
thank you. So at the top, you can make reference to that. It's not the citation that changes. It's what is like the lower title.
Yeah, the House agreed that the competition committee, they are going to be prepare reports.
Say that they will give many office taking home.
So we retain shall prepare.
So. What it is.
Yes. We don't want to limit the discussion. To benefit.
Just confirmation and also very difficult function. I say under composition, that is 6, Article 6. There is section 1 or provision 1 and provision 2. Provision 1, 2 says that the committee may co-opt a technical person to assist the committee in execution of its function. Now, when you go to functions of the committee itself, you'll find that if you read to prepare this to environment action plans or even to prepare this state of environment report, this committee can hold its powers. They can co-opt a technical team or a team of consultants to prepare these action plans for the state of environment.
Thank you. Me, I was referring it. The first we are saying, even the committee, some of them can fail to get time to attend that committee. Now you are telling them to pay. I think that this should be review and approve.
But also with review and approve, they can still co-opt someone before they improve that. And if we go with that, then maybe the politician will become the answer, because the composition of a committee like this country, we are taking this sort of offices.
So, when we look at the secretary, and we look at F, where it says the secretariat shall also include such other staff or support personnel as the committee deems necessary to perform its functions. Now, I think this gives, when you also go back to part 3.2, where they say the committee may co-opt a technical person to assist the committee in execution of its functions. Now, these two give the committee the mandate to now choose or come up with any positions where they can pick technical staff, I think, of their choice now to help them do these things. So they can also still maybe hire consultants to do the work. So maybe if we had revised this, we can either maybe ring fence it in a way that maybe we prohibit them from hiring maybe consultants outside the structure of the district technical team.
But the district technical team can't be consultants for the committee.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I don't understand why you're mentioning state of environment report, and you're talking of co-opting, and yet there is a substantive officer who is supposed to do that work. Why are we not mentioning the environment officer here? In the co-opting, yes, we will bring it out clear and say co-opt the environment officer to do this work. It's not on the committee, but can be co-opted. And if it is mentioned here clearly that the environment officer should be co-opted, then it will come out clear. Because if you look at this whole thing, it is concerning the environment officer. And every work that will be done in this committee is for the environment officer. And the environment officer is not surfacing anywhere in this document.
That's a very good observation.
Thank you so much. It's like telling a council, prepare a budget.
Have a comment
for a local government. So what I'm thinking, the preparation work is for the Natural Resources Department. Let the department prepare, and the general also submits it to the committee for approval. Again, it means if you say the committee should prepare, it means the general also should get some funds to give to the committee to go and prepare. That is totally wrong.
That's right.
Now, I think we are not getting the concept very well. Now, when someone says the committee is charged with the duty of preparing, if any of the members prepare, it is certain that the committee has come up with what? With that action plan. So we should not refer when we talk of one person being a member of that committee has come up with a concept generated by one person. It is solely taken that is the committee that has prepared that. Now, if we borrow from the physical planning trend, where we talk of, as we do the operations of the physical planning committees at various levels, we say that you can prepare, you can cause and prepare a physical development plan through your officers or agents. That is the same as the committee preparing and causing. Yes, so we should not dwell much on this. This is clear that when the committee prepares, when the committee has mandate to prepare, if any of the committee members prepare, automatically it is the committee that has prepared. Very okay.
Okay, I just want to say, after all, the document that you're going to prepare, it is going to be, let's say, Kasese District State of Environment Report, or Kasese Environment Action Plan. It is for the entire district, not just the mere committee. The committee is only representing the district. And for purposes of funding, they have mentioned in 12.2 in your document here. This, the natural resources officer just to ensure that the resources are there.
Resources are not yet there, but we say how they are what they are.
This is on assumption that the issue at hand has been put to rest. Mine is on 12, part J, where we are saying part of the functions that to carry out such other functions as may be prescribed by the urban district council. Looking at the composition and how we have suggested on its appointment, is the council the right body to prescribe some of the functions for this body?
The functions of this body, of this committee, are stated in the Act. That should be the starting point. So we can clarify, we can prescribe, we can add details on those functions. But these ones are not being generated outside the Act. So that's why I said we should project that section. And Mr. Wachika rightfully proposed that we add the long title, section 28, because it has those functions. And they include preparing, as you can see. But when they say prepare, as I mentioned, the Policy Committee on Environment prepares cabinet memos. But those cabinet memos are prepared by officers. Then officers submit to the committee. Once it approves, it's the one that escalates to the next level. Yeah, so by use of preparing, it means that document won't be authentic, won't have the force of law unless it has been reviewed and approved by the committee. But the real heavy lifting to prepare that document is done by technical officers. Yeah, so let's not mind. Of course, it's important, they will approve, but the wording is already locked in. And the following section on, I think it's 29, the one on 30, which provides for the environment officer. As she proposed, in my view, we have to be specific in opting the environment officer as a member, as an ex-officio member of the committee, so that the regulations are explicit. The environment officer is an ex-officio of the committee, and others can be co-opted, but the environment officer is a standing member that is just ex-officio, doesn't know, but is a member of the committee. Yeah. Pardon? If that's a proposal, we can, at the stage of making regulations, we have a blank check for us to prescribe what we think will work. So if the forestry officer should also be a standing member that is ex-officio, we can put it in the proposition, and we can put 3 under proposition. After they can co-opt, the following technical officers of the district shall be standing ex-officio members that are part of the committee, and then we list them. Water officer, but some districts don't have. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so we're going to have sub-regulation 3 under 6, which shall provide for standing ex-officio members, and we shall list technical officers that are ex-officio. Yeah. In the interest of time,
There are comments.
I think it's good that we have these documents with us. Tomorrow, functions of the committee in turn. There is a question online. How can CSOs benefit from that provision? They can only benefit from opting if the committee thinks there is something specific, they can call them, but they can't. The composition is already locked in. Yeah, and it would be permissive of us to draw them in as standing members. Like some functions are clashing with those of the district environment office, will there be confusion? For that one, the functions are clear. Section 28 of the Act and those of the environment officer are section 30 of the Act. They all speak to the same environment, so they are supporting each other. I don't think it's clashing. The environment officer does the real work, the committee reviews and approves the work. The committee is not technical and should be assigned duties of, shouldn't be, I think, assigned duties of technical officers. Yes?
Just mentioned that the environment officer does the real work and the committee reviews. But here the committee is doing the real work.
Yes.
The real preparations.
The wording is prepared. I said we should pick from the policy committee on environment. If we read the functions of the policy committee on environment, they are actually what NEMA does. The work of NEMA, functions of the policy committee on environment, provide guidance in the formulation and implementation of environmental and climate change policies, plans, and programs. Liaise with cabinet on issues relating to environment. Advise on legislative proposals and standards on environment. Provide guidance on harmonization of policies of government with respect to environment, natural resources, water, and climate change. Perform any other functions. These ones are a bit high level. Yeah, but in this case, both the environment officer in section 30 of this act and the committee, the functions of the district environment natural resource committee in the 28 are interrelated. Yeah, so given that the committee is high level, the presumption is that they will work the way NEMA works with the policy committee. Yeah. Yes? Yeah. Actually, to be more specific, at NEMA, my title, I'm a senior legal officer in charge of board and the policy committee on environment. But I'm not a member of the policy committee on environment. But administratively, it's me who prepares their business, it's me who attends the meetings, it's me who convenes, it's me who handles budgets. But I'm not a member. But administratively at NEMA, my title has the work, so I do the work. We get it. So even at district level, the district environment officer has the work, and even the law provides that the district environment officer is the one who does the work. The act, section that, yeah, so the regulations can't take away what the act provides. But because functions of the environment officer appointed under this section advise the ministry, department, agencies, government, local government with a responsibility of managing a segment of the environment on all matters related to environment. That's a reading 30A. B, to liaise with the authority and where applicable with the Environment and Natural Resource Committee on all matters relating to environment. That's the environmental officer. B, to liaise with the authority and where applicable with the Environment and Natural Resource Committee on all matters relating to the environment. To promote environmental awareness and literacy. To assist Environment and Natural Resource Committee where applicable in performance of its functions under the Act. The law is already giving the environmental officer those roles. Keep records of information on environment and utilization of environment and natural resources. Serve as secretary of the Environment and Natural Resource Committee where applicable. Much as the Act in 27 prescribes the Natural Resource Officer as the secretary, in 32F, the environmental officer can serve as secretary where applicable. To participate in review of laws and where applicable in the development of bylaws and ordinances on environment. Participate in review of environment and social impact assessment reports. Assist environment inspectors or environmental auditors appointed by the authority. Ensure compliance with approvals made under this Act. Assist the ministry. Basically, the work is already cut out, so the regulations can't take out what the Act has already provided for. They are supposed to be read in harmony. Yeah, so we can just mention opting the environmental officer as a standing member, and that will be addressed. Otherwise, these functions don't take away the mandate of the environmental officer. The meetings, 13, a committee shall meet at least once every quarter. This is subject to availability of resources. Do we go every quarter or every 6 months or every year? Yes. The chairperson may at any time, for sufficient reasons, suspend or adjourn the meeting of the committee to a date and time determined by him. Committee resolutions shall be arrived at by consensus. Where consensus fails on a particular matter, the chairperson may defer the decision on a matter to a later time or date to allow members to further consult on the matter. Where consensus fails the second time, the resolution shall be arrived at by voting. The committee shall determine the mode of voting during the meeting. The validity of any proceedings, actions, or advice of the committee shall not be affected by a vacancy among the members or by the fact that a person who was not entitled to participate took part in the proceedings. The meetings of the committee shall be open to the members of the committee and any technical officer invited by the committee to assist the committee in performance of its functions. 9, a committee may hold meeting in camera on any matter that, in their opinion, is in the opinion of the members of the committee, shall be held in camera. Language. Any resolution passed by the committee prior to the coming into force of these regulations shall be deemed to have been passed in accordance with the regulations. This is a redeeming provision for those who have the equivalent of these committees going on at the moment. eventually when they are formed, they can ratify the decisions that were made before they were formed. A resolution of the committee pending confirmation of the minutes shall be approved in writing by the chairperson of the committee before relevant action is taken. A resolution of the committee shall not be revoked or altered unless notice of intention to propose the revocation or alteration is given to members of the committee at least 7 calendar days prior to the meeting in which the revocation or alteration is to be proposed. Where the number of members present under sub-regulation 11 at the meeting is not equal or greater than the number that was present when the resolution was adopted, the resolution shall not be revoked or altered. Where the number of members present under regulation 13 at the meeting is not equal or greater than the number that was present when this is a repetition, 13 and 14. Shall address that. A member of the committee, except for the chairperson and the secretary, with the permission of the chairperson of the committee, shall not, without permission, shall not issue any report or purport to disclose any proceedings or resolutions of the committee. Subject to these regulations, the committee shall regulate its own procedure or any matter relating to its meetings. Yeah, those are how the meetings are run. The quorum, this is something I said we'll discuss. We shall get proposals tomorrow. The quorum shall be required for the conduct of business. Quorum for the meeting of the committee shall be 2/3, which is equivalent to 10 members. That can be something we share comments to. If a quorum is not present within 30 minutes after the scheduled start time of the meeting shall be adjourned to a later date or cancelled. Any business transacted at the meeting without quorum shall be null and void. So we can even change 14.3 to say, if the quorum is not present within 30 minutes from the start, the committee can decide to waive the requirement for quorum. There are so many things. At the point of coming up with regulations, you have a lot of powers to design how things should work. Yeah. Of course, power is susceptible to abuse. If we make certain provisions, they may be used to pass things, because after 30 minutes, the chairperson sits alone and passes things. 30 minutes is too short. But I think 30 minutes is too short if we are not respecting other people's time.
Yes. Well, that's the point. That's the day with so much today.
Okay. So what time do we propose? An hour. For those who come early should know that an hour they are still within time. Okay. Yeah, that's a proposal you can note so that tomorrow we capture. So if people come early and there is no quorum, they can wait for 1 hour. But after 1 hour, they have an allowance. Types of meetings. There are ordinary meetings, which are the ones approved on the calendar, and extraordinary meetings that are called to address specific issues upon notice. That's what 15 is about. a meeting by circular resolution which shall be held in special circumstances where the pass a circular identified.
Excuse me.
Yes.
They can interject in a bit on meeting of the council of the committee. The committee shall meet at least once in every quarter at a place and time designated by the chairperson. Per financial, per calendar year, they didn't specify that.
Once
You have to look at the quota.
every month. Yeah.
We don't have to advance the quota to financial.
Yes. Notices of the meeting, the secretary to a committee shall, in the notice to the members of the committee, specify the date, time, venue, and the agenda. The secretary shall, in convening the meeting of the committee, comply with the following timelines. A, notice for ordinary meeting shall be given 7 days before the scheduled date. The 7 days good notice. Extraordinary meeting shall be given for 4 days, given the kind of opposition. Ordinary meetings, the notice should at least be 14 days. But I think a month would even be better. That people plan. Yes, and then for extraordinary ones, we can have 7 days. Notice for meetings by circular resolution shall be given 5 days before the scheduled date of submission, together with documents on which the comments are to be made. Extraordinary, 2 days. But the kind of members we are calling on a 2-day notice. Okay. So we should remove time for 2 days within 48 hours. Extraordinary, so 2 days. Notwithstanding some regulation 2, the secretary may give shorter notice in case of an emergency. That's 3. A shorter notice in sub-regulation 3 shall not invalidate the proceedings of the committee. Decisions of the committee. Decisions of the committee shall be determined by general consensus, but where consensus cannot be reached, questions shall be determined by the principle of majority of members present, by a simple majority of members present and voting. Any decision made by the committee shall be binding on all members of the committee. And add collective responsibility. Proceedings of the committee. Every meeting of the committee shall be presided over by the chairperson, and in his or her absence, the vice chairperson shall preside. In the absence of both the chairperson and the vice chairperson, the members present shall elect one of the members who shall preside. A person wishing to make a contribution during deliberations in a meeting shall signify his or her intention by raising their hand. very prescriptive. The chairperson shall provide direction of the meeting. A member shall not reintroduce for discussion any matter that has been deliberated upon and upon which a final decision has been made. A committee shall not discuss a matter that is before the courts of law. Deliberations in the meeting may be interrupted by a point of order, procedure, information, privilege suddenly arising. Any point raised under sub-regulation 7 shall take precedence over other business. A point of order or a point of procedure shall be raised immediately where irregularities during deliberations occur. The chairperson shall preserve order and decorum in the meetings. The chairperson shall determine all questions of procedures. The proceedings and deliberations of the committee shall be in English, the language of the business. If we think otherwise, that can be communicated. Disclosure of interest. A member of the committee who is in any way directly or indirectly interested in a matter to be deliberated upon by the committee shall disclose the nature of his or her interest at the meeting of the committee. A member who makes a disclosure under sub-regulation 1 shall not be present during the deliberation of the committee with respect to the matter. So just because you have declared a conflict of interest on one of the agenda items doesn't mean you don't sit in on others other than the one where you have conflict of interest. And shall not take part in any decision of the committee with respect to that matter. Disclosure of conflict of interest under the regulation shall be recorded in the minutes of the meeting for the purpose of determining whether there is quorum. A member withdrawing from a meeting or who is not taking part in the meeting under sub-regulation 2 shall be treated as being present. We get that one? If someone excuses themselves because of conflict of interest, they will have entered appearance, but not deliberating for those reasons. Then we have miscellaneous provisions. That's where we are going to provide for appeals. We shall provide for delegation of powers and functions, both by officers of the committee. We are going to provide for committees at urban authority level or sub-county level, or technical working group, technical committee, and other proposals that will come as we go along. So in a nutshell, this is where the draft regulation stands as of today. We have copies to go with home or to where we are residing, and tomorrow, with support from Emily, we shall be split into groups. And each group will now have its own review and come up with specific comments or proposals on different regulations. Once you start seeing those lines, it means there is someone who is not supposed to be in the meeting. Anytime you may start seeing pictures. So tomorrow we shall get guidance, but for me, this is what I thought we should do this afternoon. Then tomorrow we'll pick the views, and in the afternoon we refine them, we present what each team has come up with, Then NEMA shall use that information to produce a second draft of these regulations. Thank you very much. At this point, I'm going to hand over to Emily. Thank you for listening.
Another hand clap to Jen. We feel that a big task, a long one. We appreciate your effort in delivering this to our understanding of the provisions that are made under these regulations. We want to thank NEMA so much for facilitating this session, and you, the participants, for the active engagement. You've really enriched, and you're still enriching, because we are here even tomorrow to do further input. We've come to a close of today's session. We want to thank you so much for keeping it up this far. And now I would like, it is a close, but we have tea at the back. Feel free to pick a cup of tea before you leave. Unless if there is anything that you want to say, but anything, we've come to the close of today's session. And we are going to meet tomorrow.